And we have other guests from our union. Those who, I'm not talking about our leaders, but we have guests coming from the union, directors of departments, those behind IT, serving in different capacities, those from the Rwanda Union Mission. It's a privilege to have you here. I'm talking about directors. Could you please stand up? We need to recognize you. Thank you so much. It's good to have you here. You may be seated. Thank you so much. The chairman of the university and also the president of Rwanda Union Mission, Dr. Heslon. It's a privilege to host as a university this event and this congress. And maybe before I call you for your remarks, allow me to introduce Haggai so that he can come here in front to introduce all the guests, to tell us, because I know there are people coming from different countries, different levels of our church. Then after I will come and then just give my remarks and welcome you, Chairman. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. God is good. I'm so humbled that this event finally is taking place. You know, from an idea just in passing, and God took it up, and a strong support from the leadership of our union here, the university, the general conference, over 3 divisions. I'm so humbled to see this crowd of people gathered here today. It's God's doing. The people you see here, some of them serve in very remote areas. One of us traveled 3 days by road to reach here because he couldn't miss this event, the first of its kind on the African soil. So you want to thank God and everyone who has supported this to make it happen. We have a strong team coming from 3 divisions in Africa, and I'd like to invite my colleagues Mulwambo and Diodane to come in front so that we can know the 3 sections of the division that are represented here. I want to start all the way from the northern part and West African part. Those who are coming from West Africa Division, could you be on your feet, please? West Africa Division. Those who have arrived. Yes, can we give them a clap? They traveled from far. Some of them arrived at 1 a.m. So, Diodane, on behalf of West Africa Division, please say hi.
Good morning to everyone. Okay.
Thank you. Right. The next group is from SID. SID. Can we see the strong group from SID? Be on your feet, please. Please, can we clap for them? Thank you so much. I'd like to invite my brother to come and say a word.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour. Bon dia. Habari asubuhi. Asante. All right. From our division, we have, of course, we have 8 countries represented, and I just quickly let you know about them. We have 3 from Angola, 2 from Botswana, 1 from Lesotho, Malawi 6, Mozambique 2, South Africa 5, Zambia 6, Zimbabwe 17. So out of our 23 countries, we have 8 represented. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Now the host, ECD. Can I see the team from ECD? East Central Africa Division. Yeah. Once upon a time, it was one IT director handling all the things that these guys are handling. Then God has brought all this team. Within ECD, we also have James, who is representing Adventist University of Africa. James, can you just wave? Yeah, the rest of them, you'll get to know which areas they're coming from, but this is ECD. Could you please have your seat? Before I hand it over to the chair, I'd like us to now give a chance to the team from our headquarters for us to know who they are. I want to invite Josh to come and introduce the team that is here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I want to bring you greetings on behalf of the General Conference and the officers of the General Conference. We are extremely excited about this opportunity to have our inaugural Adventist Technology Summit here on the continent of Africa, and we thank you all for coming and showing great support for this event. We absolutely believe that Jesus is coming soon, amen, and that technology will play a pivotal role in making sure that we reach the gospel. And so, on behalf of our Treasury Department, and especially my colleague, Richard Stevenson, who is the Associate Treasurer who handles technology and Adventist technology strategy for the General Conference. He is on his way, but we had weather issues in the United States that made it a little difficult for some of us to get out. So I am just his stand-in, and I am one of the Associate Treasurers for the General Conference, and I also serve as the Data Protection Officer. But I want to tell you that the General Conference team is very excited to be here with you. And we want to thank our host, first AUKA and the Vice Chancellor and the officers for allowing us to come and use your beautiful campus to have this program, as well as Brother Haggai and all of the other team members who made this summit possible. So let me just quickly introduce some of the team members who are here as part of the General Conference team. And if I call you, will you just stand so we can recognize who you are? We have, from the Data Governance Office, we have Stephen Filkowski. We also have for ACMS, ASAS, and 7Me, we have the directors Sherry Ingram Hudgens and Tiago Moise. And then for the director of our Adventist Technology Office, we have Adrian Schmidt and Mildred Weiss. And then our digital media team, the team lead is John Beckett and also Juan Cabrera. And then, of course, for our World Church platform, we have Tembi Mayo. And representing Sun Plus, we have Ken Dalis. And then the one who works very closely with me and is part of our Data Protection Office, our Technical Data Protection Officer, Ernest Stats. And so we are very pleased to be here with you all, and we thank you all for hosting and participating in this inaugural, and hopefully not the last, Adventist Technology Summit.
Can we have a better clap for them? Thank you so much. You're welcome. Some of them were not able to make it because of the severe weather storms. The ECD officers, they were not able to be here because of some emergencies, especially the treasurer, but is ably represented by Dr. William. Dr. William Ruzima, where are you? Please, can you just wave? He's our associate treasurer. Thank you. I'll hand it over back to you.
Thank you so much. Now that we know each other, we can move on. Maybe, I've been just asking people around how many times they have been in Rwanda, and some of them, they say it is the first time. And some of them also, they say it is the first time they are coming to AUKA. And some of them, they don't know about AUKA. And I was wondering, is it really good to host you here, maybe when you don't know about AUKA? And I say probably it's good to allow our guests to have an idea of AUKA, where we are coming from, where we are now, and where we are heading. Then after you know where you are, be able to invite the chairman to officially open this summit. But the technical team, would you please do the projection of AUKA journey so that we are aware, everyone is aware where he is and where we are coming from. Thank you.
Moments. Others are built across generations. The Adventist University of Central Africa is one of the latter. Its story is a story of time, of steady development, tested vision, and purposeful growth. A story shaped by faith, strengthened by resilience, and driven by service.
AUKA stands for the Adventist University of Central Africa. It is a private, faith-based university located in Kigali, Rwanda, and it is part of the global seven-day Adventist higher education system. Our mission is clear. Our mission is to provide Christ-centered, holistic, quality education to prepare for service in this world and the life to come. The university currently serves over 6,000 students from Rwanda and the wider region.
What a privilege to share with you the journey of faith and trust in the living God, the journey of Adventist University of Central Africa.
The journey of AUKA began in 1978 when visionary leaders of Seventh-day Adventist Church recognized a critical need to establish a Christ-centered institution of higher learning for Central Africa.
There was an idea of establishing an Adventist university to serve the countries that were mainly speaking French. And so Rwanda was chosen to be a place where the Adventist University of Central Africa could be established.
This vision took physical form in Mudende in northwestern Rwanda. In 1984, the institution formally welcomed its first students. With limited infrastructure but strong commitment, academic life began.
In the month of October, exactly on 15th, we started the first classes.
Between 1988 and 1994, AUKA grew steadily at Mudende. Academic programs were strengthened. In 1994, Rwanda entered one of the darkest chapters in its history.
The genocide against Tutsi of 1994 destroyed the university. People died, buildings destroyed, and that was a terrible tragedy for our university. It closed its doors. Everybody thought that was the end of the Adventist University of Central Africa. But God had a purpose, that the university will continue, and that's why it was re-established in Kigali.
In 1996, just 2 years after genocide, AUKA resumed academic operations in Gishushu, Kigali. Facilities were modest, resources were limited, but education returned.
So at that time, even minus all those challenges, we still had hope. We still had the courage and the vision of one day the restoration of Mudende will be seen in Kigali.
Between 1996 and 2006, Gishushu became a place of resilience and continuity. Teaching and learning continued under challenging conditions, preserving academic standards and institutional credibility. This period was not about expansion, it was about survival, rebuilding trust, and sustaining purpose.
At that time, the premises of the university were very poor, with very low standard of buildings, classrooms, even offices.
I remember when I came for enrollment as a student who is just finishing his secondary school. Reaching there, I was like, is this a university? Even the second school where I'm coming from, it is looking much more better than this one. I was so surprised and so shocked, but my friends told me, Prince, it's not about the building, it is what you get inside the building.
You know, students used to study under trees. Can you imagine? The student says, I'm going to the university, and they say, this is your classroom, under trees.
A major turning point came in 2007 with the establishment of the Masoro campus. This marked AUKA's transition from survival to structured growth.
That same idea of spreading the Seventh-day Adventist education happened to decide to open a campus here at Masoro.
Masoro became the main residential and academic campus, providing space for long-term development.
When Masoro campus grew with the strength and in size, we went back to rebuild that Gishushu campus as well.
As AUKA continued to grow throughout the 2010s, development took a strategic direction.
The time came when the Gishushu campus was well established. We chose to keep that campus as a campus of IT. That is information technology, which has three majors: software engineering school, which is run by the East Central Africa Division. Again, the medical school came to serve the African countries with its three divisions, and we are growing in that perspective.
This expansion reflected AUKA's responsiveness to national and global trends, particularly in science, technology, and professional education. Growth during this period was intentional, balanced, and mission-driven.
For me, what inspired me to study nursing at AUKA is my deep desire to serve people with compassion, skill, and purpose.
At AUKA, the education that is served is to provide Christ-centered, holistic education that builds discipline and morals.
We have so closer relationship with the lecturers we have here in AUKA, and the environment here is very good and very conducive, and mostly to the international student.
AUKA believes in three things: that quality teaching staff, plus quality programs, plus the quality resources makes quality students.
Our university is very unique, and our uniqueness relies on its holistic approach to education. The university intentionally integrates academic excellence, Christian values, ethics, and services. We focus on the development of the whole person, intellectual, spiritual, social, and physical. AUKA emphasizes on integrity, ethical leadership, and community engagement.
In recent years, AUKA has continued to invest heavily in infrastructure and academic capacity.
AUKA has come so far, and in our journey we faced so many challenges. But through all, God has been with us. I remember that in 2020 we faced a challenge during COVID, where the number of enrollment decreased. And in 2020 we had almost 3,000 students. But we praise God that just in these last 5 years, we're able to double the students, and currently now we have 6,000 students. And in the same spirit, AUKA has set a strategic target to increase students' enrollment to 10,000 students in just next 5 years.
We are envisioning to again adding new programs to those that are existing. In IT, we want to add at the undergraduate level information statistics, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and electronics and telecommunication. To the masters, we want to add software engineering. In the Faculty of Education, we want to add PhD in Education Administration, PhD in Curriculum Instruction. Those who are in the Masters of Education Administration, of Curriculum Instruction, and now we then have to continue in those two PhD programs. In Business Administration, we are opening a PhD in Business Administration.
Additional infrastructure projects, both completed and ongoing, reflect AUKA's long-time commitment to quality education and student well-being.
AUKA plays a significant role in community development through both completed and ongoing infrastructure projects. Recently, the university successfully completed the AUKA residential hall, which has improved students' accommodation and campus life. AUKA is currently implementing major development projects, including the Gishushu classroom buildings and the AUKA K-12 International School, which extends quality education service and the wider community. So looking ahead, in line with the AUKA Strategic Plan 2030, the university plans to further transformative development. These include the establishment of health center, a renovated and expanded library, additional dormitories at both the Masoro and the Gishushu campus, larger cafeteria facilities, and a campus supermarket. But also, in order to make our campus providing many services, we intend to integrate nursery, primary, and secondary school in our main campus, which is Masoro. And we have already started this project. Together, these initiatives demonstrate AUKA long-term commitment to education, health, and socio-economic development for both the university and the surrounding community.
Today, guided by experienced leadership, AUKA continues to plan for sustainable growth, ensuring that academic excellence, integrity, and faith remain at the core of development. The future is approached with clarity, confidence, building on strong foundation while responding to emerging needs.
The Adventist Universal Central Africa expresses its sincere appreciation to the government of Rwanda for its continued support in creating an enabling environment for quality higher education. We are equally grateful to East Central Africa Division, to Rwanda Union Mission, and to all our local and international partners for their unwavering commitment to AUKA mission and growth, a faith-based institution. AUKA remains dedicated to education ethical, competent, and service-oriented leaders who contribute meaningfully to national and regional development. And we believe that through strong partnership, community engagement, and ongoing infrastructure and academic development, AUKA continues to play an active role in social transformation.
AUKA's journey is one of continuous development, educating minds, shaping character, preparing leaders for service. This is the Adventist University of Central Africa, a legacy built over time, a future shaped with purpose. Thank you for watching.
Thank you so much, Elder Haggai and the organizing team. Thank you for choosing AUKA as a hosting institution. Welcome once again to Rwanda. Welcome once again to AUKA. May God bless you. Chairman, sir, if you allow, please come forward and officially provide your remarks and officially open this Congress. Thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, friends, a warm welcome to our first Advanced Technology Summit, hereby coined ATS. It is a great pleasure to see you all here present to give this special summit a top priority from your ever heavy schedules. Also, to host a summit of such high caliber at the Adventist University of Central Africa means a lot to Rwanda and to the Adventist world family as well. This summit reflects a world that is on constant change. As we get this innovation, from time to time, simultaneously, threats also get in intrusively in a new way. We live in a world where digital technology is the engine of our economy and essential to our daily lives. However, this progress brings with a sophisticated cyber threats that threaten to disrupt our infrastructure and jeopardize our personal privacy. We are seeing that cyber criminals know no border, and the speed of their evolution means we cannot afford to be compliant. In this way, the summit is to foster collaboration, share expertise, and strengthen our collective defense. You will realize that no single organization and all government can secure cyberspace alone. We therefore need to bring together the best idea and talents from academic, public, and the private sectors. Our approach to security must evolve from reactive to proactive. Not only do we need to build strong and faster systems, but a culture of vigilance and resilience. Friends, I hope resolutions to be taken from this summit will empower our networks and safeguard our data and definitely build a more secure digital future. More to that, I hope when this technology is well secure, evangelism will also be proclaimed in a new and smooth way. I wish Rwanda, the host of the summit, and your respective places would benefit from this at large. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your continued support as we move forward to sustain and secure our ATS. Please enjoy the session. I want to open this conference today so it can start, and may God bless each one who is going to be participating in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. At this juncture, we shall have a short break, and we would give you a 10-minute break and request that you be in your seats promptly at 9:50 so we can proceed with our program. Thank you. Just as a reminder, our facilities, we have two facilities, two places. We have those that are located behind me, where you will exit at my right side, and you will go behind. And there are those that, for those that will be behind, there are those that are forward or back for those that are facing me. We bless you and we thank you so much. For the delegates that slept at Hallmark, they are requested to meet down on the ground floor.
Darkest night, I lift my hands, whispers breaking through the silence. Storms may rise, but I will stand, for I know you hear my cry. Oh, my soul, be still and know, in the fire, he's in control. Though my heart is torn and weak, Jesus, you're my song to sing. Jesus, hear my cry. Every tear I've prayed, let it rise. In the valley low, you're my light. Jesus, hear my cry. Shadows fall, but you remain. Through the ashes, still you reign. Chains are breaking as I call. Your mercy rushes through it all. Oh, my soul, be still and know, in the fire, he's in control. Though my heart is torn and weak, Jesus, you're my song to sing. Jesus, hear my cry. Every tear I've prayed, let it rise. In the valley low, you're my light. Jesus, hear my cry. When I can't see, you are near. When I can't speak, you still hear. You turn my sorrow into praise. was torn. Shadows whispered, hope was warm. But you reached down with healing grace and called me out to see your face. You bring beauty from ashes, hope from despair. You turn mourning to dancing, lifting my care. What was shattered now shines in your light. Jesus, Redeemer, you make all things right. Every tear, you've seen it fall. Every prayer, you've heard them all. In the waiting, in the pain, you are working, you remain. You bring beauty from ashes, hope from despair. You turn mourning to dancing, lifting my care. What was shattered now shines in your light. Jesus, Redeemer, you make all things right. You are faithful, you restore, you are making all things more. Chains are breaking, grace abounds. Hallelujah, I am found. You bring beauty from ashes, hope from despair. You turn mourning to dancing, lifting my care. What was shattered now shines in your light. Jesus, Redeemer, you make all things right. Bring beauty from ashes, lifting my soul. Jesus, my Savior, you make me whole. I searched the world for peace of mind, chasing after fleeting signs. But in the quiet, you drew near. Your love erased my every fear. Your love is enough, it satisfies. I rest in your embrace, where grace abides. No more striving, no more shame. I find my home in Jesus' name. In my weakness, you are surrender all, my heart I give, for in your love I will live. Your love is enough, it satisfies. I rest in your embrace, where grace abides. No more striving, no more shame. I find my home in Jesus' name. Your love is enough, it's all I need. I am complete, you set me free. Teach me to love like you, Jesus, with open hands and a heart so true. Break my pride, heal my blindness, let my life reflect your kindness. I wanna love like Jesus, give just as you gave, pouring out compassion, showing boundless grace. Let my heart be tender, full of mercy too. Jesus, make me love like you. Help me to see with heaven's eyes, to lift the broken, hear their cries. Let my hands bring healing grace, a reflection of your embrace. I wanna love like Jesus, give just as you gave, pouring out compassion, showing boundless grace. Let my heart be tender, full of mercy too. Jesus, make me love like you.
Can we please kindly take our seats so we can go to the next part of our program? Thank you very much.
Love that
We're now
reaches
running 2 minutes
out and
behind.
never turns away. Love that bears the cross. Love that paid the price. Jesus, let your love be seen in my life.
A riveting presentation that will be given by
Give just as you
Mr.
gave.
Adrian Schmidt and Mildred Weiss. Adrian Schmidt is Director of IT Services at the General Conference, and with expertise in enterprise systems, cybersecurity, and global IT governance. Mildred Weiss is a project manager with the Adventist Technology Group. She's experienced across education, public health, and mission support technology initiatives. Please help me welcome Adrian Schmidt and Mildred Weiss.
Lord, I
Thank you very much.
come before your throne.
Say that you pronounce your
With
names
open
perfectly. Thank you. That requires special skill. I'm usually good good about butchering names.
Take my heart.
My name is Adrian.
Take
I work
off
with the recently changed
Let
department called
my
now
life
Information Services.
be a melody.
And we are working together with, we were supposed to present after Richard, but Richard is after the storm coming, so he's one of the late comers. But while we are working very actively to support
For your glory, for
Treasury
your
Department, is
light.
how to accelerate resources for mission and how to accelerate the mission as well. And the new big initiative that is coming is how we can be, as our Adventist church, one voice so we can finish preaching the gospel.
I lay them down into your hands. Not my will, but yours be done. Let my life
So what we want to talk about today
reflect the
is a little
sun.
bit more technical, but it's something that
Every breath, every song, I surrender, Lord, to you alone. I offer my life as a sacrifice for your glory, for your light. Take all I am, let it be for you. Every moment, every move.
Story begins
In the warmth of your love.
end of January, actually January 1st.
Now and forever.
Something happened that day in this organization. Let's see if you know what that organization is. Do you know that?
I yearn to draw closer to you.
Nobody knows that?
Each day.
Which one?
To rest
Gihar.
deeply
Right, Gihar is the most big repository
with all
in
of
data
my heart. I
code
desire to love you.
Well, that
Going
January
near to
31,
you
something happened.
in grace.
And what happened was the very tire
Lord,
that
with each step I
it was
take.
nothing that actually was a cyber attack or something failing like
Hold me
sysadmin.
Draw me near to your side.
He was working in what is most of you know if you
Fill my heart with hope.
if you are developers, what is a PostgreSQL lagging issue? It was a lagging issue, the replication lag issue that was bothering GitHub for a long time, and they wanted to fix it. And he was working on it for many, many hours, and he was really tired. And he intended to remove data from a secondary database, but oops, he removed it from the primary production database, from the primary. He caught the issue really fast, but even in
The name of this gentleman is Sam Carpenter, and he used to own a call center, and he was trying to make it profitable and trying to make money out of that, and he was driving himself crazy, having 7 times 16, 7 days, 16, 20 hours every day, and trying to solve issues. He was very fast or quick about solving separate issues, but killing himself in the process. So he started to develop what is called now the Carpenter framework. So when you think about your business, your organization, your institution, your churches, your school of medicine, they are not, hopefully, a collection of random things that people do, but there are a lot of different systems or processes that should work together to accomplish the mission of your organization. You are not, when you are starting a new building project, you don't ask your workers to go out and just build something, and some might build a dorm, some might build a new school, some might work on different things. But this is the way he thought about that. It's all a lot of systems that should work together, and he understood that you can simplify and go to the minimal piece where you can actually describe a process very easily. So what's the carpenter's framework? You have, first you need to document everything. And we'll see how deep you want to document, because as I said before, you can document way too much and that's going to be detrimental. So what you need to do is to create written procedures. Having in somebody's head is not enough. And workflow for all recurring tasks and processes in your business. That's what he developed for. And then the next concept is very important. He keep on, and if you read the book, he's going to go back again and again to stop working in your business and start working on your business. So that's a key. So when we are doing a lot of things and we are especially pressed by time, we keep on working in our task list. But it's very difficult to go a step beyond and, well, let's see how we can be more strategic. So the idea is to step back to design, improve, and oversee the systems that run your operations, your day-to-day things. So what he said that we need to change the way we think how our business operates. So it should be thought as an interconnected set of processes rather than isolated tasks. We can be very efficient running and doing a lot of things, but if they are not interconnected, we might be able to be working one against each other. And it may be, we are not going to confess to our authorities, but it may be some of the cases like this example that Mildred was telling us, cases of major outage are caused by IT, confession time. Another factor that is key on this framework, you need to empower your team. That's one of the things that I find more difficult in previous lives. We are not going to talk about the present because you might know some of my victims, but it's very difficult for an IT leader to delegate on this part. That means you wanted to document and you have an idea of how documentation needs to be on your mind, and then you are waiting for you to have time for doing the perfect documentation so everybody can follow. That's wrong. That's a big mistake. And I do that sometimes. So empower your team to do it. And then continuous improvement. Systems aren't static, and you are supposed to document, test, measure, and refine. So how this apply, because we are talking about business and systems, and we are supposed to be doing a technology summit to systems. We do think that infrastructure is equivalent or similar to knowledge. In what ways? What do you have in your, let's suppose your network? You have documented connections, hopefully. You have reliable systems, including redundancy. You have monitoring and alerts. When something breaks, hopefully your monitoring is better than somebody calling you at the middle of the night because things broke. And you have maintenance. From time to time, you need to tell your people, sorry, we are going to fix the network today. There will be no internet for the next 24 hours. The same happens on the knowledge aspect. You need to have consistency. That's one of the things that is more difficult as your team grows, having consistent, meaning if you call Juan, I'm going to take you, I have you here. He's one of my previous team members, but now he's a coworker. That's perfect. But if Juan answers a call, I want him to respond the same way to Steve that if the next time Ernest answers a call. He's not part of my team, so I can use him. Is that okay? So that's consistency, and it's very important in IT. As your IT team grows, it's very difficult to attain unless you have a system for that. You want to have failover, meaning not only one people can do it. You need to have reviews from time to time. Let's see, oh, this was updated 3 years ago, and we changed all the backbone, time to do it. And have maintenance. And the maintenance on documentation should happen in 2 moments, and that's when you need to make it very, with very little friction. at the time of use. That's the perfect time. When you use documentation, if something that is different, you change it. There might be authorization process, but that's okay. And then from time to time, you do a periodic review.
Well, we know that lack of documentations have some problems, right? Like we saw in our story. So I have a health background. My bachelor is in science and nutrition, and we know that there are something that is called the silent killers, right? When we don't take care of something for a long time, and nothing happens because we can function, but over time, doing the wrong thing or not doing the right thing becomes a big problem. So for the lack of documentation, this is a silent killer too. The lack of documentation is the silent killer of our infrastructure and in our technology. So to know a little more about this and why, because we don't see those effects until something is too late, like something broke or somebody left, right? So we don't know that we are lacking documentation until something is wrong. So that's what we want to prevent. So when we don't do that, we are in debt. So we know, and we know the term technical debt. You know what is technical debt? Yes, right? Technical debt is when you fix something, but in a shortcut. It's not the real fix. It's just like a MacGyver thing, right? Just with duct tape. We fix it. Or, like we say in Argentina, we have a saying, this, lo atamos con alambre, is we tie it with a wire, that's all, right? We fix it. Oh, it's working, don't touch it. Well, that's actually technical debt. We are not fixing the real problem, right? Okay. But what is knowledge debt? Documentation debt, what it is. So is information that, because nobody captures, is lost. Is lost. Everything that escapes have a cost. And what's the cost of no documentation? What is the cost of undocumented knowledge? Well, you know, I will do it later. I don't have time right now. So it goes a month and so on, and the problem comes back. And someone says, oh, how can we fix this? And you remember, so you have your colleague is starting to ask you questions, and one question after another, and one question after another. And then the system breaks, and nobody remembers how to fix it because they didn't write it down. And in a couple of years more, because nobody knows how it was built and how to fix it, they have to redo everything from scratch. And that's a lot of money that we lost. But actually, this debt is even worse because it's not linear. It's not that, we have to a new system and we need to build a new one, and we are not documenting the new one. So it will go compound. It will be a compound. So the compound documentation debt cycle is we have pressure for time, we skip documentation, there are knowledge gaps, there are questions and slower processes because we need to ask and ask and ask about how to do the things because it's nowhere it's written. And then we are fighting because there are one fail here, one fail over there, one fail in the other side. It's really a big thing. So, and then we repeat the thing because we are fighting, we are under pressure, we skip documentation, there are knowledge gaps, and so on, and the cycles go, but it's a spiral and a compound debt. like compound interest? We like compound interest, yes. But for savings, not for lack of knowledge, okay? When we have this, for example, for an onboarding a technical staff, instead of few weeks, it takes several months. For an incident resolution, instead of some minutes, going back to the documentation and fix it, takes hours or maybe days. When we have a system change, instead of a day or two, we have weeks or months to do the change because we don't have the documentation. And for example, when we have to transfer knowledge from one staff to another, from a seamless to impossible, because we don't have anything to give to the new people coming in. So this is what happened with and without proper knowledge management. Now, where I am in this picture.
Okay, we are going to evaluate all of your health. How about that? The doctor in the front. Are you a doctor, sir? Are you a PhD, probably too? We are going to evaluate your knowledge management health. So it might not require technician. I have 3 tests for you to do it, and so this is time for you to wake up. I know that the room is a little bit warm. It's perfect for going on a nap, but it's not the time for you to do a nap because you might be answering the wrong question. So the first test that we come is kind of violent, we can say, is the bus test. And that says that how many people can be taken away by a bus before you start having lack of knowledge. How many of you think that your bus factor is 1, meaning you cannot lose anybody in your team? Yours is 0, it's even worse than that. It's the negative. Nobody? So you're doing better than that? Do you understand what I'm saying? The idea is you lose one of your key team members. Do you have a second? Do you have a procedure to go back to? Do you have documentation? Do you have a way to even get access to your devices? Do you have a centralized repository for your secrets, your passwords? That's one way of measuring your bus factor. When you go back, go and measure it and tell me what you see. The second one is the vacation leave. How many of you are guilty of calling somebody during their vacation time or expecting them to check email while they're on leave because nobody knows how that system that they maintain, the switches, the firewall, whatever you're doing, doesn't know how that operates. Or even worse, oh, we need to provision a phone at GC. Only person X, I'm not going to call because all these guys know them, is the only one who knows how to do it, nobody else can do it. That's a vacation leave. If you can pass a full vacation of, especially if you're key members, and still be able to operate normally without telling people, sorry, you need to wait a month because that person went on a cruise and we didn't want to pay data for their devices. And the last one is the onboarding, especially for IT people. How many of you can have network admin, system admin up and running in a month? In 2 months? What's normal? 6 months to get them actually understanding your system? If it takes too long, that's a symptom that your knowledge management health is not too good. So some time to fix it. Okay, so what we try to, and you will see that there are a lot of pieces coming together. So what we are bringing here is a little bit of ITIL. I don't know how many of you have heard about ITIL. That's a framework for managing IT that is very comprehensive. That means boring for us. But it has some very key pieces that can help us on that. And there are 3 definitions that they use for knowledge management, and we'll go through each of them. We have, first is data. That's the raw things that happen. Everything that happens on any IT system is, in a way, documented somewhere. You log in, you generate a log. You connect to the network, there is another log. You go to a website and visit the ats.adventist.org, there is another log that happens. That's just data. What happened? Sources can be automatic, like a firewall log, network device. Most of them might be lost because we don't collect them. Some of them can be external. When somebody calls you, is that documented on any system that is reliable? When somebody chats with one of your team members, Teams, chat, WhatsApp, we don't use WhatsApp at GC, right? Good. Only on upper management. It can be internal, coming out of your own people doing things. So this is the first thing, data. Something happened, and you collect it. That's your first step, just to collect it and have it somewhere. Next one is information. That's the meaning. What does it mean? There is a login from Ernest on my network. What does it mean? Oh, he's here, we're fine. He's not here, we might be in trouble. So when you process that data and organize it, add in some context, then you have information. So that requires some massaging or some improving. Sometimes you need normalizing, because we have all dealt with, in the old times it was syslog, but how to normalize the data, because we all know that the information that Apache produces, that's a web server or IIS or MySQL or Microsoft, they have different formats. So you need to normalize it, put it into context, and you can convert it to information. The next one is knowledge. That's where you add the how and why. What is the meaning of that? Let me move my page because I do have my documentation here, or a cheat sheet. So what you add here is consistency. We all repeat what we do. When we need to fix X, we don't do random things, so we just go to ChatGPT to find out what the GPT is hallucinating about. We do have a plan, we follow a plan, we have procedures and standards. And the next one is kind of our own invention, but we do believe that you can get some kind of wisdom. It doesn't exist on the ITL, but that's what they will call continuous service improvement. And that's something that as IT leaders, we feel that we think that we don't have the time to produce. That strategic information that a lot of time I'm guilty and we are guilty of not giving our administration for strategic decision making. So that's important as we generate these 4 levels. So remember, data, information, knowledge, and wisdom. Example, data, password resets were 50 in December. That's one piece of information. Knowledge, we updated a VPN in December, but users were not trained. Wisdom, we now include a comprehensive change documentation and user training before deploying updates. So you analyze what happened and why, and then you have we had a better way to deal with incidents. If you read the whole ITIL framework, they promise that you will be able to do more with less. That's actually takes the attention of Treasury especially, but you actually can have more predictable systems, more consistency on your things. So I will go quickly on that. You'll have this slide, but this is just one way what happened with the application and with and without documentation. Bus factories there, you can have growth, consistency, reliability. And the idea is not just for the people who are coming from Treasury, is not that we are going to use less resources, but we will use them better, so provide better services. So don't think to reduce our budget next year, okay?
After knowing that, and that we are not going to get a less budget, budget cut, we want to know what we need to do, document, and when do we need to document? When do we document? When? It's easy. Always. Always. When something breaks, we document. When people join, we document. When things evolve, we document. When people leave, we document. So If we document when things break, we are making incident response. When people join, we are onboarding them, right? When things evolve, we are doing a system change. So that's documentation as well. And when people leave, we are doing a knowledge transfer. Now, that has to be intentional. It can't be just like happen there, right? So now, who will document? Everybody. Everybody in our technology has to document. Everybody that touches some systems, the help desk, the technical people in the infrastructure, the developers, everybody. Your admin assistants, if you have one, everybody has to document. You know, that reminds me something about a book that I read long time ago from this guy here, and some might know, that's Bob Goff. And he's a Christian writer, but this just make it the title of the book the right thing to remember, and you will see. This Christian writer writes about love and how Christians have to love. And the title of the book is Everybody Always. And that's the same thing as documentation. We have to document always. By whom? Everybody. So everybody always documents. Okay? So everybody always documents.
Okay. Now we have that clear. Remember, everybody needs to be involved in the documentation process. Of course, it's not going to be now everybody needs to be 10 hours per day documented. It's more than that. So how to document using the work, the system? This is one that is key. Documentation should become a byproduct of work, no extra work, and it needs to be part of the process. And we will go into that again soon. So you have different way of, or different things to document, and we'll send you whenever the material is sent, some examples of architecture documentation, troubleshooting guides, disaster recovery, business continuity runbooks, change logs, encouraging you strongly to work on change management. That's one of the disciplines that was spearheaded by Steve, and we keep on doing because we understand the importance of that. Most of the changes things that happen are caused by changes done internally that cause disruption, but if you manage it properly, you minimize. Actually, it's interesting, and I'm going to go over time, sorry, but the change management discipline changed from being change management, and now it's called change enablement. And the objective is to maximize the number of successful changes. So it's not to do less, it's not to make it difficult for people to make changes, but it's enabling people to succeed in doing those changes, okay? And then you have SOPs, standard operating procedures, step-by-step instructions, anything that can happen, or you can have it. One way to look at that, but you can have multiple, is the SANS pyramid. Is available online, but you have coming all the way from the principle to the policy, the standard, the guidelines, and the procedures. The procedures and baselines are most step-by-step. That's the how you document. And then on the guidelines, on the standard, sorry, you have the what, okay? And on the policy, you will have the why we are doing this way, why we are standardizing all the GC on Windows or Macs or both. Anyway, so those are the whys. So this is one way to look at that. But remember, when you're doing your little hierarchy of the documentation tree, start with the why you're doing what you're doing, why the system works, why, and then work with the what, and then go to the how.
when you start the documentation system, will require a lot of effort, a lot. It's, you know what? It's like the flywheel principle. You know the flywheel, right? It's a lot of things together, little gears that at the beginning of the start is really, really, really heavy to make it, you know, move. But once it's starting to run, what happened with the flywheel? It's the momentum, and it starts, and it works, and it goes faster, and it's light, right? Well, with documentation, it's the same thing. There is a flywheel of documentation. So when you use the documentation, you will find gaps, but you update those gaps, and then you process, and then you document again, you update the documentation, and that's the way it will improve. And like you see, the process and the outcomes will improve, and this will be easier and easier to start documenting. That's very important. Keep it updated. That's a big principle, and this principle, when it's in motion, it's from a book, Getting Things Done, by David Allen, that it says that the systems that we use to update or to document should be accessible all the time, so easy. Because if it's hard to go and do something, you won't do it. You have to make it easy to the people to document, because if not, it's difficult to do it. It has to be easy reachable, so accessible, right? Frequently consulted, because if you don't consult documentation, why we have documentation? It's just getting dust in our shelves. And the other thing is that between 15 and 20% of any project should be allotted to documentation. You put it there. When you are doing a project, put 15% of that project's time will be documentation. You take that in consideration when you oversee all your projects. Documentation, let's go back now to the story. The story of GitLab, yeah, GitHub. How they gave back from that disaster that was a PR disaster. The first thing that they did, they live stream recovery efforts. They live stream recovery efforts. They admitted the documentation failure. And with the live streaming of the recovery efforts and the documentation, admitting the documentation, you know, that became a case study of transparency in organizations. It's really very interesting case study. And they show how it led to the disaster. So that's how open they were. And documentation, they said, isn't just a nice to have. It's a mission critical. It's a critical safety system. Documentation must be a living document and have to be tested. Not written once, it has to be reviewed.
Okay, I need to go a little bit faster, so if you don't like speed, just hold to your seats. How to make it stick? First one, and that's key, documentation time is work time. For the leaders on the room, just make sure that you enforce that and you make it part of your work. It's not something that you ask your team members, oh, do it on the weekend. Do it on Fridays. Well, we don't work on Fridays, kind of. We don't go to the office on Friday. There you are. So commitment from leadership to make it part of your work time is key. Nothing is changed, or it needs to be part of the process. You change the process, you do something different, immediately and naturally you document. Celebrations. How about the pizza factor? I discovered it works very nicely. You do something good, you accomplish a big project, you need to do a celebration. Get some budget for that. Praise the Lord for the treasurers in the room. And then you keep on improving. From time to time, you review your documentation, okay? Next steps, very simple. Pick one, anything, can be simple. Onboarding, change password, whatever you do, document it, repeat. Nothing else. Start with one, model it to your teams. Most of you are leaders. Show how it's done. Don't get too mad when they start doing like a kid that they're showing you some garbled things and you say, what's that? Oh, that's our family. Oh, it looks lovely. It's going to improve with time. But just keep on improving that. So remember, you are building infrastructure.
We are leaving you with some commandments of it's not the 10 commandments, it's 10 commandments of knowledge management. So the first one, it's if it's only on one head, it doesn't exist as a system. When only one knows what is going on, that's no documentation, it's not a system. Your buzz factor is your fragility factor. If one person leaving breaks your system, you have a dependency. You don't have an infrastructure. Document for a similar knowledge level. So if your documentation, somebody like your peer grabs that documentation and they don't understand it, only you understand what you did, that's not documentation. If a peer can grab your documentation and do the task, that's documentation, okay? Any documentation is better than non-documentation. Yeah, don't let the perfect be the enemy of good. The best time to document was when it was built. The second best time is now. So don't say, oh, it was long. No, just do it now. The best time was when it was built, when it was done. But now is the second best time, okay? 6, nobody will force or even encourage you to document. So document. Don't wait for anybody to say, please, please, please document, okay? Document yourself out of the job. That's my favorite one. That's my favorite one, and I can put it in bold there. It's my favorite because if you can't be replaced, you can't be promoted. Okay? Yeah, food for thoughts there. Free yourself by documenting yourself. Okay, no change is completed without documentation. Yeah, make a hard rule, not a suggestion about this. You can document too much, yes, there is the over-documentation because it becomes unmaintainable, and keep it simple, keep it alive. That's the motto. And the last one, systems outlast heroes. Build a system, don't build a hero. When you have one hero, you have one buzz factor, okay? So that hero, if you build that hero that knows everything and you lose it, you lose all the things. You didn't build a system, you build a hero, okay? Don't build a hero, build a system.
Yeah, and don't be the hero yourself either. There is a perfect, this is my last slide, just for, I know that some people are trying to stick to the schedule, and we are thankful for that because there was something that happened after. There is a perfect way to document, but we haven't found it yet. And that's okay, and that's the key of documentation or knowledge management. We do something, it's not going to be nice, it will look like that garbled writing, it's okay. Keep on encouraging, keep on making it priority, keep on allocating budget and time to documentation. It requires money. Even the time of people is money. And keep it live. It needs to be something that you do naturally, you encourage in your team, and when your team start to talk about the importance of documentation, that's the time for you to buy the pizzas and celebrate with them. Okay, that's what we have today. Some of the references, contact, and thank you very much.
So we thank Adrian and Mildred for their presentation. It's insightful. It is on the knowledge management as foundational infrastructure for mission and technology. Thank you so much. At this point in time, we shall invite Mr. Prince to give a short announcement before we move on to the next presentation. It has been so enlightening. We will be having our presentations, and then afterwards we'll be having the Q&A sessions. So I encourage you to write your questions as the presentations are being given, so that when the time for the Q&A arrives, you have your questions ready. Welcome, Mr. Prince.
Good morning again, everyone. Yeah, so during the session, we have observed that we have some of the delegates coming from Francophone. And the English here, it seems to be difficult for them to understand. So now, thanks to the technology, it is a technological summit. There are applications which you can download. Once you open it, it will do a simultaneous translation for you, instead of someone to come and translate for you. The system will do it for you. You can download if you go to the Google app or App Store, you can download Google Translate. It's one of the best. If you have it, you can download it. And we have iTranslate. These both are the best. So download them. If you go, you can even use your earphones. It does what we call a simultaneous translation. Thank you very much. Huh? Oh, they were supposed to. Let me recall my French, if it is still perfect. Pour les délégués qui sont venus de pays francophones, il y a des applications que tu peux trouver sur Google ou Apple Store. Il y a l'application Google Translate. Il y a aussi l'application iTranslate. Si vous les téléchargez dans votre téléphone, ça va vous aider dans la translation qui est simultanée. Merci beaucoup. I hope it was okay. On est en train de fixer ça. Merci.
Well, thank you for that. I don't think I can translate into Portuguese. So shall we move on to the next part of our program? We have our next session, which is on World Church Platforms with Tembin Kosimoyo. Tembin Kosimoyo is director of the World Church Platforms at the General Conference with over 20 years aligning enterprise platforms to the church's global mission. Please welcome Tembin Kosimoyo.
Good day, everyone, and welcome to our ATS conference. And today, I'm going to be going through a very exciting part of our conference and our World Church strategy on helping us to get technology into the hands of the people that need it. And we are going to be talking about the Adventist Cloud. And the Adventist Cloud is a name that was brought up so that we are able to bring all of our enterprise solutions into one place. We all are trying to solve similar problems as the church, whether be it here in ECD, WAD, NAD, we are all trying to solve basically the same problems. And we realized that there was a lot of effort going into coming up with solutions, but all of us were repeating and duplicating effort, using the same tithe money to do similar solutions that address the same kind of problems that we have. So the church has decided that we need to come together, bring solutions that we can all use together, and help us to save time and money in doing that. So one of my good friends who is here with us has always encouraged me to say, if you don't know why you are doing something, you have a big problem. Why is a very important thing. So what we are going to do is to start with why. Why are we doing what we are doing? We are doing it because we want technology to be the center of mission. We are living at a time where things are happening very fast. We have a lot of technological solutions that are around us, and technology runs our lives. Everything that we do is driven by technology. So technology must be centered on mission. A very wise man once said, they came up with a word, thank you very much. I was never going to try and do it on my own. The prudent practice of everyone paying a little and getting a lot, rather than everyone paying a lot and getting very little. There is strength in numbers. When we work together, we can accomplish more. And we can also do the same in saving more. Did you know that the Adventist Church has more outlets than McDonald's worldwide? Let that sink a little bit. We have more outlets than what? McDonald's. But we are so fragmented. We all do our own thing and God is for us all together. You know what they say? Each man for himself, God for us all. That is the biggest challenge we have as the church. If we united in technology, in everything that we do, even in mission, we would have much more impact. So this is one of the benefits of us working together. So the Adventist Cloud is made up of these platforms. We have the APS, which is a payroll solution. We have ACMS, which is the Adventist Church Management System. We have ASAS, which is a secretariat system that helps us to digitize our service records. It's a problem that has been observed globally. 7Pass is an authentication management platform. 7Vote, if you have been to the GC session, can I see your hands? Thank you. And those who have used that beautiful platform we use at the GC session, we spend a lot of money paying for that, and we actually need it on a daily basis. So what do we do about it? 7Vote is going to help us to. By the way, all these platforms I'm talking about, we will hear more in depth about them. The directors are all here, and we are going to be going into more details in each of these platforms. 7Me is the mobile app for the church, which helps the church member connect with their church. And my brother loves to say, the church in one touch. And then we have also the web engine. We ran into issues where we realized people were using WordPress for managing websites and all sorts of other platforms that have lots of challenges. I think we have seen how many issues can arise when we use some of these platforms. And so the web engine is actually a platform that we are going to be using to address that issue. Jetstream is another exciting project. If you have used YouTube and you have used any online streaming service, Jetstream aims to become that online streaming service for the Adventist Church. For obvious reasons, many reasons. There are places that are going to start censoring what we preach and do, and if we have our own infrastructure, we might last a little bit longer for the gospel to go. And then we have SunPlus, our accounting package as well, which is part of the World Church platforms. All right, so these are the platforms that we have. There is a lot of information. If you go to adventist.cloud, the website, you will find all of these platforms. These are only the first and the beginning of this big project. And I'm looking forward, since we're at AUKA, we have a gap that is in existence. Our academic systems don't have a representation here. We have a worldwide, one of the biggest, it's actually the biggest educational network on the planet, but we don't have a good solution that we can use globally to address academic management. And maybe AUKA can be the one that contributes to that. Hint, hint, AUKA. Anyone from AUKA? Prince, where are you, my brother? You have heard the problem, right? There's an opportunity. Where there's a problem, there's an opportunity. So please, AUKA, help us. We want to see you somewhere on this screen here, providing a solution to the World Church. Why we should consider the World Church platforms. Let us look at the whys now. Reduction of cost shared is one of the main ones. When we divide the cost of developing an enterprise-grade solution among a lot of us, we reduce the cost to cents, if not, I'm not sure what's after cents, to millicents, because there's so many of us, and if all of us are paying a cent, can you imagine we have a membership of how many people, by the way, Sherry? About, worldwide, 24 million members. If each one of us gave $1, how much money would that be? 24 million. So you see how numbers work. The more of us who are on a platform, the better it is. So we are able to do that when we are able to come together. Enterprise grade. We have a lot of, I think Adrian did very well. He hinted on the fact that we have a lot of heroes among us who do a lot of systems development on their own. Beautiful, wonderful work, no doubt. But continuity and a lot of other issues are at risk when that person gets hit by a bus on their way to the office. God forbid that happens, but that's the reality of the world we live in. So when we go enterprise grade, there are things that we incorporate in development of systems that make them enterprise grade. And some of them are documentation, as Adrian has presented. So making sure that we have enterprise-grade platforms is very critical. We live in a world where we have so many cyber attacks and things going wrong. So this is a very key component of what we need to be able to do. So when we do it at this level, we are then able to make sure we have checks and balances, the code is audited. There are a lot of things that the data protection team is going to share with us. All of those comprise a factor of the enterprise-grade part. And then long-term technology costs, when we all duplicate, we are not being wise, we are not, we are not being good stewards. We need to be able to come together and put all of our costs into one place and help us with those. And then we also have modules that help us. For instance, the treasury module is a good example I'd like to highlight. The ACMS, the Adventist Church membership, has a module which I'll talk about a little bit more, which brings visibility and transparency to the whole church. As soon as somebody gives their tithe and offering, the whole chain must be able to know that so-and-so in Rwanda has given us $1 million at the point of receipting. That's the power of this part. Standardization, we have a lot of standards, we have a lot of policies in our church, thick volumes of policies. Standardizing those policies can only happen when we also have standard systems that manage those policies and implement them. So it's important for us to have standardized processes, financial processes, reporting, dashboards, and all of that, that simplify even our financial audits and otherwise. Data accuracy is very important. Right now, we suspect that our membership is 24 million. Until we all have a way of making sure that number is accurate, we will use it, we'll go along with it. But how accurate is that data is always in question. And systems like these help us to be able to maintain accuracy. Efficiency. Any efficiency that we get from one of these systems means that there's more resources that can then be given to mission. And that is our main goal. Sometimes, and I think I always encourage our IT guys, I am one, we have a weakness of wanting to push the technology and not link it to what is supposed to help us in the mission. That's something that I found myself also trapped by. I want the fastest save, I want more RAM, I want more process. But for what? What's the purpose? And that is always something that we also need to be able to watch out for. So unified systems free up staff so that we are able to do other things like our mission, ministry, stewardship, and outreach. Once we have standard, stable systems, we have more time for those other aspects. And then, of course, divisions, financial integrity are part of the Christian's global witness for trustworthiness. That's very important. Our members, we live in a world where we have people who are very concerned about how trustworthy we are. And this is something that will also add to our mission. Okay, so let's quickly now move into some of the applications, and I give you some more details. And the reason why I'm doing this, I'm talking to IT people, and the idea is that once you are aware of these solutions, instead of you coming up with your own solution that duplicates what you're already seeing here, let's work together. And that way, we'll be able to go further. So we'll look at a few platforms that we have, and then hopefully, I'm happy my president is here. We need an education little round thing there soon that comes from AUKA. All right, here we go. ACMS Treasury. This platform helps us to address the issue of transparency as far as returning tithes and offerings and the donation system of the church. We have tried many times to come up with systems that can do this, but ACMS has come out as a leader in doing so. Why? Because it has the ability to link givers to the local church. That's a simple thing. We can do that manually. We can get a receipt book, receipt people's tithe and offerings, and we are happy to do that. And then that money, of course, needs to go to the conference. But when you have a system that links all levels of the church at the point of receipting, that is a game changer. So as soon as you put your envelope or your giving, or if you're using the mobile app, which I'll talk about just now, and that receipt goes into the system, every layer of the system now knows how much is coming to them. I know this might be sad news to some people who don't like transparency. I've told when I do presentations at ACMS, if you're not interested in transparency, please don't stay away from ACMS, because it's going to expose you. It's going to what? Exactly. So if you don't want transparency, please stay away from this one. It's not good for you, because the system is very good in making sure that everybody, every level of the system of our organization knows what is happening. And if you're not interested in transparency, please stay away from this one. All right, 7Me is the mobile app for ACMS. If we didn't have another name, we would say ACMS mobile app. But 7Me is the name that we picked. It's quite catchy. And don't worry, there is no prophecy. You know, Adventists love secrets and, you know, the unlocking secrets. There's no secret to unlock with this name. It's just 7 and ME, 7 and me. So there's no magic to it. So the mobile app has a lot of functions in it. And one of them, obviously, will be of interest is the giving side of it. And it does quite a good job of doing that. If you have a smartphone, if you install 7Me and your church is configured, you are able to return your tithe and offering directly from a mobile device without having to go, that funds going through the local church treasurer. So you put in the amount you are giving, you click on continue, confirm, and you have multiple ways of actually giving that money. Credit cards, and all sorts of other methods of doing that. And I'll just show you just now, we are very excited because we're in Rwanda. And Rwanda is the first place on the planet to have USSD working and connected to ACMS. What does the church say? It's a first for Rwanda and for ECD. So this allows us to be able to use even our small little phones to be able to return tithe and offering. So anybody, everywhere, can return tithe and offering now. And this example is being replicated everywhere where we go. So Rwanda, you've played a very important, and thank you for being patient. There's always pain and suffering when you are the leader. So when we look at the history of this application, we'll remember that it was first done in Rwanda and nowhere else. All right, so there's history of giving as well. As you return your tithe and offering, you'll be able to see the history of your giving. And that's an important part of a member being able to audit their giving. So this is very important. And normally you're not able to see this information in most systems and even in the manual, but now in the app, you are able to see how much you contributed month by month. That is a very key element for a giver. You want to know that the money that you gave for the mission is actually going to end up there. All right, let's move on. The web engine is another exciting project. And the web engine is has a huge return on investment. Why? Because it centralizes the branding of our church online. We are able to have a standard look, a solid platform, a secure platform that we can use as the church, and including our institutions. You can also be on web engine if you need. It's better than WordPress any given day. And it allows us to be able to help institutions that are also not very good or don't have a presence of an IT person, especially local churches. That's a good example, a use case for that. You have a lot of local churches that don't have somebody who is good at updating their website and so on. This platform automates some of that. So if you are on ACMS as an example, you can put in your church information in ACMS, which already should be there, your location, the name of the pastors, and all of that information. and it can automate it to be a website by the system, so that the local church does not actually need to maintain it. When you change your pastor, you change your location, the website automatically updates. And if you have information like where your live streaming is happening, all of that information can also go in there. Let me see if I can play this little clip for you. So this little audio clip here is basically describing what the web engine is about. It's a whole framework with a back end, multiple users, and integrates from all the levels of the church through. A good use case of this is if you have been on ANN, the Adventist News Network, we are now able that a local church, give me a name of a local church here in which one? I need a simple name, my brother. That one's difficult. All right, I'll give you one if you don't have. Kigali Central Church. If you have a Kigali Central Church and you have a news item that has happened there, you are able to put up an article, and that article can now be shared by the whole system up to the GC, so that people know what's happening in Kigali. But if you do it any other way, via email, WhatsApp, pictures are lost, and it also translates into all our languages, over 80 plus languages. So it's important for us to realize that this one engine connects from the local church all the way through the hierarchy of our church. And it has all of those safety things, and it's updated by a marvelous team that are going to present to us. Nesta is here in the team, and they'll be sharing more information about the web engine. So yeah, these are some of the things I spoke about. No duplication is one tool. It does a lot of our communication and brand management as well. All right, so let's move. And in case you are wondering, our Adventist.org website is now on web engine. So we are eating the tomatoes we are trying to sell you. You know what they say in Africa, if your mom is growing tomatoes and they're not eaten at your home, there might be something fishy about the tomatoes. So this is evidence that the engine works, and it is able to host one of our biggest websites, which is the Adventist.org website. So it's a beautiful engine, and you can make a lot of interesting designs with it as well. All right, let's move on. 7Vote, that's another interesting one. 7Vote is a solution that is coming to help us manage our voting. Our system is a committee, our organization is a committee-based organization. There's a lot of voting that we do in the life of our organization. And we realized that this was a gap that needed to have a solution. And 7Vote is starting to addressing those gaps. And the goal, the ultimate goal would be to use it one day at a general conference. I don't know, we have lots of work to do to get there, but it is important that we are able to get there. And 7Vote will be a key a tool. It can be used at a local church, in your committees, in your conference, in your union, in your division, and even here at AUKA, you could actually start using 7Vote for those things that need voting. And these are some of the screenshots that we have in the system, and you will have a deep dive presentation into how it works. But in summary, we use quite a lot of money doing election body. We use $65,000 per session using election body. If we try to use this system everywhere, you can imagine how much it would cost us as a church. So this is why this solution is important to us, and it will help us to be able to manage the ability to vote. And of course, you will have unlimited use of 7Vote for entities that are in a division, for instance. So once your division signs up, you'll be able to then use it unlimitedly in all of your institutions in your division. So IT, leadership, please be aware this solution is there. It's coming. Don't start another project doing this. It's not efficient doing that, okay? All right, let's move. Jetstream. Jetstream is another amazing, this one is quite an exciting project actually, because it allows us to be able to do live streaming and manage media assets for the church. So you are able to, it's used by Hope Channel, so it says a lot, right? When you watch Hope Channel is using Jetstream to do all of the Hope Channel streams that you see. So we are now wanting to bring this same functionality to your local church, so that your local church, when you go online and you want to stream, you are able to use Jetstream to help you manage that content onto multiple platforms, YouTube, you name it, Instagram, whatever platform that accomplishes streaming, you'll be able to use it. So it's an amazing platform that we can be able to use to accomplish the challenge of live streaming. And also, I should also let you know, one of the main features that I love is the ability to be able to translate live into another language. So as I'm speaking to you now, the French-speaking people, if they're watching this online, they'll be able to hear me speaking in French. The gift of tongues has come through Jetstream. So it's important for us to be able to just know that there's a lot of power in this application. Okay, I'll move on to save time. So these are the current places on the planet where we have Jetstream servers hosted. That's another key important part of the Adventist Cloud project. We need to be able to have infrastructure that is distributed globally so that the person who is close to that infrastructure has the best service possible. You don't want to be, while you're in Kigali, trying to connect to a server that is in Texas. There's what we call latency, which you IT people know, and you have all sorts of issues that can happen in between. But if the server was here in Kigali, it would be a different story altogether because it's quite close and it's fast. So these are the blue dots that are in existence, but we have a dream of making sure these red dots turn into what? Blue dots. And I'm hoping that we'll also have one here in Kigali as well. I'm not a prophet, neither am I son of a prophet, but these things are possible. If there's a will, there's a way. All right, let's move on. Return on investment. In 2024, the Hope Channel has saved over 1.2 million in the ability to do this, hosting this system on their own. Instead of using other providers, when we built this solution and started using it ourselves, we're able to use how much? 1.2 million. That money can now go into other mission projects rather than paying other outside providers. What does the church say? As an IT guy, if you are not able to demonstrate where the saving is going to come from, the technology you are trying to push, you are going to find it very difficult to implement anything. Treasurers love a word called return on investment. They want to know, if we do this, what are we going to get in return? But if you are not able to justify it, it's going to be more difficult for you to get that funding that you need. ASAS is a secretariat management system. Adventist Secretariat Administration System, I think that's the correct abbreviation, Sherry? Okay. One of the biggest problems that you see in almost every audit report is issues to do with incomplete maintained records for employees. And these records affect our retirement. They affect a lot of our lives as employees of the church. So this is the solution that is coming to address this problem. And it will digitize our service records. And when you move from one place to the other, especially here in Africa where I come from, we've had cases where these service records can go missing. As they're being transported from one institution to the other, something happens in between, and then all of a sudden they have to do what they call in secretariat recreation of your service record. Where now they are praying that the person who knew you were employed somewhere many years ago is still alive to attest that you were an employee at that time. So this is a very challenging situation, especially when you're near retirement. I don't know why it always happens when you are closer to retirement. Now we need to know where you worked, and all of a sudden there are gaps in your service record. So this system addresses that particular issue. And it's always highlighted by GCAS, and in one of their reports, they actually have to focus on just reporting on that. So ASAS is one of our important ones. Okay, so let's talk about money. You need to invest into web trust platforms. As we mentioned, you are paying a little to get a lot, and here is what it looks like. ACMS is free for membership, so any conference that wants ACMS for membership is given to you for free, and I think all of us here use it. Treasury module is $2 per church per month, and if you look at the value that you are getting from that $2, there is no commercial software you will buy for $2 a month that can do what ACMS can do for you. And then the 7Me app is $1.50 for every church as well. For all of the members, it's one flat fee for all. So regardless of the size of your church, that's all you pay. Then we have a package that is called ACMS Plus. That is $1 as well per month. But for those who have implemented these systems, remember, our local church treasurers are volunteers. We should not be increasing their burden of volunteering for the Lord. At my local church, we once had a crisis where the local church treasurer no longer wanted to be a treasurer anymore because of the amount of work that is involved in manual bookkeeping for the local church. And what they did is they simply respectfully, prayerfully refused to continue serving as a local church treasurer. And so, fortunately enough, I caught wind of the problem. I then volunteered to be a local church treasurer on condition that we start using what? ACMS. because I knew what it was going to do. It was going to save me a lot of time. And so that started the journey with Tiago. Tiago is a very patient guy, I can tell you now. He was walking me through how to set it up, and my local church eventually got onto the system, and it has been a blessing ever since. Now we have people volunteering to be part of treasury because it's that simple. And if you enable 7Me, the mobile giving in your local church, you will never need to receipt for anybody. All you need to receipt for is just your Sabbath giving, and that's the end. So this is technology. Our generation loves using Uber and all sorts of other online mobile apps. This is a blessing indeed. All right, so let's move on to Jetstream. If you go to Jetstream, if you go to Adventist.org, Adventist.cloud website, you'll find a slider like this with pricing. Because it's difficult for us to have one standard pricing for everything, if you move those sliders, it will tell you exactly how much it costs for you to use the service. So that's a nice way of doing it. But hint, hint, annual is always cheaper than what? Monthly. Annual pricing is always cheaper than what? Than monthly. So just be aware of that as you look into doing this. The web engine has a much clearer pricing. The church, your local church, if it's using the automated site, is not going to pay anything. What does the church say? Come on, people. IT guys. Data provided, it will be fully subsidized by the GC in 2026. This year, it's fully subsidized. So the advice is to quickly go on to it before that changes. Are we together? I'm giving you good information, good people. Please be aware, if you delay to come on, some of us, like Thomas, want to see by putting your finger into the scars of Jesus' hand. Believe this before it happens. As an IT guy, be a pilot site, start testing this. Sign up, and all of your churches in your conference, in your union, will be free for 2026. And then by then, things will have happened. I'm not a prophet, as I mentioned, but I have a strong feeling this might continue for some time to come. I'm hoping my treasurer is not listening too much to what I'm saying. All right, and then, of course, if you want the more advanced features, then you pay a little bit more to make sure that you are able to sustain and cover the cost of development. All right, ASAS is only 85 cents per active record. So retirees are not covered, deceased are not covered, fired people are not covered. It's only for active employees. So if you do the math, this is not much to pay for a system that saves you a lot of trouble. And then APSNet is fully subsidized by SunPlus, and the gentleman, Ken, is here. He will talk to you about it a little bit more if you're interested in getting a payroll system that can solve some of those problems. I know some of us are still using Excel to do payroll. We don't need to do that. We have a solution that is freely available that you can use to manage your payroll. All right, and then 7Vote is going to be costing us $10,000 US per year per division for all your entities. So that is something that if you break down to all of your lower entities, including academic, you name it, as long as it is in the yearbook and is in your division, it's covered by that amount. If you do the math, that's a very affordable price as well. All right, so our role as the IT people, this is what I really came here to tell you about. You need to be a co-owner, not a consumer of the World Church platforms. Co-ownership, ownership means everything. If you start saying, no, this system that they have, you are removing yourself from the what? From the system. But if you say, we now have a system that we have as a church, because we are a church entity. These are all your systems, by the way, in case you didn't realize. These are developed by Adventists for Adventists, and they are owned and run by us as the church. So, World Church Platforms is not their system. It's our platform. It's our system. Be the local World Church Platform champion. All of these technology initiatives need somebody to champion them. And I've seen a lot of people who have become champions among us who take it upon themselves to make sure this is implemented in your territory. Once you do that, you are becoming an owner of the platform. If IT doesn't champion World Church Platforms locally, no one else will. And as an IT person, you don't want Secretariat coming to tell you about what you should have been telling them. It reduces your goodwill. Some of us have been complaining about not having a seat at the table. This is your seat on the table. because this is the direction the church is going, and if you are driving it, you are part of what is important. So please make yourself important and make sure that we get onto the World Church platform. And then, of course, strengthen data quality and discipline. World Church platform is only as strong as the data that flows into it. We need you to help to make sure these platforms are updated. The quality of the data that goes in is important, because the value that we get from these platforms is only as good as the quality of the data that is flowing into it. And then contribute actively to solutions. As the IT guy, your main job is to solve problems, not to be part of the problem. We've been to places where the IT guy is the problem. You try bring a solution. Here's all the reasons why it won't work here. Not helping you to say, how do we come work together to make this work for us here? How do we contextualize this platform? Remember, this platform is worldwide. What happens in Rwanda is only unique to Rwanda. And only the IT guy in Rwanda can help us to make this work here in Rwanda. But we have IT guys who look at it and say, nah, this is not going to work here. We don't have internet, we don't have smartphones, we have all sorts of reasons why this won't work here. And the best solutions come from practitioners, not theory. Are we together? So as an IT person, be in the forefront of making sure these solutions work for you. All right? Build local capacity around that. Sustainability beats hero IT every time. I think Adrian spoke to it a little bit. The era of having heroes in IT is gone. If you are not replaceable, you are not promotable. You can't move from where you are, because when we call to say at AUKA, can we please have so-and-so come and join the world team, the VC says, do you want to kill this institution? If you do what you're about to do, you're going to kill this institution. And once that happens, you know there's a big problem. The IT guy has become the what? The hero. And it feels good for a little while until you realize it's not a good strategy. It is career limiting to become a hero. So please, let's build capacity. If you are the only one who knows something, you are a risk to the whole organization. Because if something happens to you, the whole organization suffers. At your funeral, people must be, mourning that you are gone. Not that you are gone with all the passwords and all the documentation is gone with you. And there's a big mourning. You see people crying, you wonder, why is the VC crying like this? The VC knows that the university is now at risk. We don't know what we are going to do. Let them mourn because you are no longer there and you're a man who was good. Not you're a man who knew everything alone. So IT people, I'm talking to you because I know what we are talking about, right? Yeah, you are the only one who knows everything. You are a risk to the organization. And then, of course, World Church Platforms is a mission platform, not an IT project. Are we together? It's a mission, it's not a what? An IT project. What we do with World Church Platforms is affecting and impacting on the salvation of men. And that's important for us to remember that. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the technology, in the latest tech stack, and how fast things must happen. If we miss this, we have missed everything. The World Church Platforms is a mission. It's not a what? An IT project. And in closing, World Church Platforms will not succeed because of a central team. It will succeed because you chose to take ownership of it. I'll read it again. The World Church Platforms will not succeed because of a central team. It will succeed because you, the IT guy, chose to take ownership of it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tembinkosi, for this sharing of your expertise in aligning the technology platform with the global mission. Now, as we move forward, we would like to welcome John Beckett. He's the Director of Digital Media Technologies at the General Conference. John has held various communication technology roles since 1999, bringing expertise in computer science and strategic communication to lead global digital initiatives. Joining John are Nestor Escobar and Mike Astravljanovic, who together form the leadership team responsible for the Adventist web engine. Their team ensures global web infrastructure, platform reliability, and content delivery to and for the church worldwide. Please welcome them.
Good morning, almost afternoon. I'm really happy to be here today to introduce Nestor Escobar and to introduce Adventist Web Engine to some of you who may not have heard about it yet. A brief introduction to Adventist Web Engine. Adventist Web Engine is now what we are using increasingly at the General Conference, as Tembi mentioned, to host our websites. We're hosting Adventist.org on it, we're hosting Adventist.news on it, and a number of different department and initiative sites. And Juan, my associate director, and I have been just so happy with the results of how those sites perform. We can translate them well, and they just sit there and work, which, if you've run some of these other things, such as WordPress, it can become very challenging over time as you try and maintain WordPress, which we still do maintain a number of WordPress sites. Web Engine has been actually a fairly long journey. It's been somewhat of a quiet journey. It's used now widely throughout the world for many church sites, including, if you look at the various Hope Channel websites across the world, many of those are running on Web Engine. I think the majority of those. We're running also many local church sites in many different divisions on Web Engine as we speak. And we're looking for the opportunity to serve in a broader context the world church, particularly through local church sites, division sites, union sites. It fits many different roles, as Nestor will show you. And I'm very happy to introduce Nestor, who is here to show many different possibilities of things that can be done with Web Engine. And Mike, if you can stand for a minute. Mike is here with our team as well this week. Mike does training and demos for both Web Engine and for Jetstream. And so I'd be happy for you to look up Mike, myself, or Nestor anytime throughout the conference if you have questions, if you want to see specific things on the Jetstream or the Web Engine. Mike can help with both, and Nestor would be happy to show you Web Engine on a one-to-one basis or in little groups, whatever you need. So with that, thank you for coming and joining us, Nestor, and we look forward to what you have to share.
Well, give me just a second to plug my computer. Okay, thank you for being here. As they said, I'm Nestor Escobar. I'm originally from Argentina, so I'm far away from home. I'm here to talk about Web Engine, as you heard, but if you allow me, I wanted to ask you a question. How many of you have ever inherited an IT project that nobody knows something about it? I want to... I see some hands. Probably you're trying to be polite. I know your pain if you suffer that. I've been working for the church for some time. And if you allow me, let me share my dream, so that will frame why we are doing what we are doing with Web Engine. When I was in my teen years, I was dreaming to serve God as part of the church mission as a volunteer or as an employee. And it was, for some reason, really hard for me to get there. So I decided to study theology because my father is a pastor. I said, well, maybe that's the way. But I was extremely shy, and I couldn't keep going because, yeah, the practical lessons were so hard for me, so I said, that's not for me, sorry. So I said, what can I do? And at some point, I discovered that my calling was not on the pulpit, it was behind a screen. And then I started studying computer science. And again, as part of this process, I decided to, again, try to serve the church with my skills, also working as an IT guy somehow, but that didn't work out either. So it was kind of, well, okay, that's another way. I will need to do something else. So I built my own small company, and we built a product with some friends, and we tried to sell it, and it was quite successful. And I said, well, God, why did you put that dream in my heart if I cannot do it? And suddenly, I discovered that my calling was not to build a business, but was to build mission, to build for mission. So in that context, I received an invitation to go to Spain. If you ask me at that time, I would prefer to come here to Africa or Asia or somewhere else, but Spain, I speak Spanish, so yeah, not so fancy. But for some reason, God used that to give me a lot of experience working for the church as an IT guy. And I could relate to what you do here because I suffer in many situations that reality that sometimes we face that, yeah, it's not so easy all the time. So when I went to Spain, my company was specialized on SEO, so search engine optimization, and trying to find how the church was doing. And that was kind of the question, how are they performing? And what I realized, writing the Adventist word in Spanish on Google, I couldn't find any local church, any church organization, but a forum that was saying the Adventists are against the society on education. So the worst PR comment was the top 10 on internet. So that was kind of the question trying to find what can we do to help people that is looking for God on internet. How can we serve them the best way possible? And we try to do many things. So John was saying, yeah, many organizations are doing WordPress and so, and we did that. It was easy. And those are kind of quick solutions in many cases. And we, as IT guys, we tend to follow quick solutions because, I don't know, if I ask ChatGPT, what can I do? ChatGPT will give me a solution in seconds. But the quick solutions sometimes are hard to keep up. So perhaps this statement, building is easy. I think we can all relate to that, but keeping this running is probably the real challenge. In addition to that, I see that we, as a church, we have a large vision. We need to preach the world to the world, God's message, and it's great, isn't it? But we tend to have few resources to accomplish that. So in that context, with my team, we had a crazy dream to create a tool that help us to create online presence for the church, specifically thinking on the church, not trying to compete with WordPress or other tools, but to build something that is specific for the church. And that was the inception of Web Engine that was introduced before. And I have to say, it was not easy at all. Probably the other teams can say the same. It's not easy to start, especially when you're trying to bring a big vision. So let me define this. Tembi did it a few minutes ago, but let me define it again. What is Web Engine? It's a content management system for the Adventist Church online ministries. So if you're trying to build something online, probably Web Engine will help you to do it, no matter what. So for a few examples, a union, a Hope Channel, a news organization, or the global church. So given that reality that I was mentioning before about many challenges we all face, we're trying to create a tool that could help us, IT guys, to overcome those challenges, like create something simple, flexible, well-integrated, collaborative. That's probably the main thing, because we as a church tend to work isolated. Fast, well, that's a technology part. We, as IT guys, we prefer to have everything fast. Secure, affordable, and up-to-date. And that sounds too big. I agree to that. Yeah. But that's our aim, and we managed to accomplish most of it. So we developed a system that is based on several modules, and this is the core one is the web module that will allow you to create with design flexibility, multilingual support, create automated sites based on data that may come from ACMS or your local data, and of course, offer flexibility to our ministries because it's focused on what you may need as a church. Probably others may need it before. Or if you have something, a really good idea, probably you may be enhancing the system for others. In addition, we have the articles module that may allow you to create articles as news, devotionals, and so on. And the main part of it is that, again, the collaboration part is key here because you can translate something that was created in another language as part of the system using AI for a translation or translating it yourself. You also can share these articles to other entities that are above you or below you. So let's say if you're a conference, you can share your articles to your local churches or to the union or the division. And this can escalate even going into ANN International. There are many other things, but just kind of the highlight. You may know that our church is continuously creating good content, many, many resources. But sometimes we don't have a place where to download those resources. And that's an example of the Great Controversy Project from the publishing department. This project is in several languages. They also have a similar project that is meant to provide missionary books or digital books in many, many languages according to different topics. So that's, again, possible with the resource module. Translations, showcase, and so on you can do with my web engine. Perhaps you're willing to build the ultimate Adventist Netflix. That's also the aim for Hope Channel. And that's also possible with web engine, so you can create a similar experience that you may have on popular streaming platforms in combination with JustStream or other tools if you want. That's just a simple statement. You can have linear TV support and many other stuff, but you get the idea, podcasts and many others. We as a church will love to tell others about Jesus, and I've seen many people willing to do it online. So based on this reality, we also built with several organizations around the world a course module that allows you to teach the Bible on internet in your own language if you want. In addition, if you are fortunate to speak the same language that other institutions are speaking, then you can share data, in courses and so with other entities without having to copy-paste because the system allows you to share the information. So again, this is just a sneak peek. You can have tutors as part of the system or automate it, so you can mix and match how you want to do it. Something else that set us really apart of many existing software is that the system understands the church structure. And that is thanks to the integration to ACMS that has the authoritative information about it. So you can, if you have the information on ACMS, probably you already have it, then you can synchronize that into web engine. Should I do something to make it work again? Should I ask for IT support? Well, I will continue. In any case, the system understands the church structure. So if you are willing to have a specific scope for a local church, a union, or a department, the system will understand where you are, and this data will not be shared with others if you don't want to, or it will, if you share data or if you're doing something like that, it could be also given the proper attribution for who was the owner of the initial content creation. In addition, as you know, we as a church have many events. And again, it's really hard to keep up with all the events we have. Local members may not know everything we have. So the system also has an event module that allows you to list all your events and even allow you to register for several events. So in case that some events require payment or formal registration, the system will allow you to define the rules to allow that. Yeah, some entities also need donations, so a small component there for that. And I wanted to show you where I don't have the slide here, but the system is being used all around the world already. And here in Africa, there are many hub channels that are using it. Some divisions here are also starting. But our main aim is not to only support the administration, but the local church. That's the main goal. So local church. So, yeah. So this is not an up-to-date, but a map where web engine is currently being used. Probably it's pretty well distributed, but we are still growing. So in Africa, most likely is in connection with Hope Channel. But as I said, the divisions are the main drivers. Let me show you some examples what can be done using web engine. So I will share my screen. The other side, where is it? I will change the settings. Well, I will do it looking at the screen. Let me start with an example of a media project that is a podcast platform. In this case, it is using the web engine as a podcast player. So if you have your data as part of web engine or as part of JetStream, you can also showcase it as part of a website, and it will be available as a website, but also it can also give the information to Apple Podcasts or some Android players. So this is all integrated as one thing. Another project here, this is a small conference. Again, they are using Web Engine to have their own identity, showing what they are, the projects, and so on. This is in German. I also don't understand it, so it's... Then another project is Sharing Hope. This is Publishing Ministries Department project. They have 34 publications in 81 languages. And here you can switch, for example, to many of those supported languages. So, which is incredible, the work they have done. And here, as part of the system, you can switch to the other language and find the content in that language. Other project is, in this case, Hope Channel Japan. So you can see that the system also supports Japanese. This was a collaboration with them also to enable to have everything in Japanese. Then we also have the Biblical Research Institute dictionary, so the Adventist dictionary here. This was a recent collaboration with the Biblical Research Institute. And for that, we created a specific data model, so all the entries can be searched and organized. Well, the internet is not helping here, but that was an example in Arabic. So if in your country you have a right to left language, that can also be done. The I Will Go strategic plan website is also made with Web Engine using the 7 column. Then we have the Treasury Department also on Web Engine. This is a missionary project that was the church in Germany created a movie that was in collaboration with a big producer, forgot the name now, Paramount. And then they have a tour all around Germany, and this was kind of a website supporting this outreach initiative. Those are influencers that also are promoting the movie. Well, this is a division where they're showing the news and their territory and so on. This is a Hope channel, as I mentioned before, with the kind of Netflix approach. The following is, this is a news agency in Europe. They also have the articles here. And they are using it in a way that they are sharing the articles with the unions. So this way, the articles are created here. This is the source, but the same article can also be visited in a local church or a union or a conference without having to copy-paste. So this is all keeping the attribution. Speaking about news, this is Adventist.news, the global website for news at the General Conference. Then this is a website for the German church. They were kind of the first that believed in our team, and they helped us to build the web module. So the first module I show you. So we're really grateful. So they were willing to collaborate with us. This is the Reminder project, a project from the Health Department of the General Conference. This is the Great Controversy project that I showed you in the previous slides, also multilingual. This is a course platform. In this case, you can study the Bible online. And for example, if you want, you can study with an advisor or alone. And the system also is able to power a mobile app so the people can do it on the go. This is kind of a Netflix approach too. From a European perspective, they created a brand to highlight some projects, and this is a collaboration between several institutions around the world. This is more tailored to documentary, not so Jesus-centric, but more targeting the secular society. Then the One Voice project is also a web engine initiative. This is a website in Cyrillic, and this is for Bulgaria. The Adventist.org website. Yeah. Also, the Digital Strategy Formation website, also on web engine. And of course, closely how it looks, what is possible to do. Please come to us with Mike. We are more than happy to give you a tour. I'm trying to find the other screen. Here I am. So, yeah, those are the examples I just showed you. I want to put a face on the people who is behind this. This is our team. It's composed by many people from around the world, but especially this is the core team. There are 2 team members that are not part of the team, of the picture. So we are 13 at the moment. We have people from Madagascar, from Switzerland, Argentina, Finland. What am I missing, Mike? Oh, an Austrian we also have. So yeah, and from Chile and other countries, so it's an international team. We have this mindset of world impact. So yeah, if web engine sounds something that you may want to consider for your territory, you don't have it yet, or if you already have it but you have questions, you can make use of our time here to know more, to clean up some questions, and so we are happy to serve you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the presentations, John and Nestor. I am led to believe that Mike Astravljanovic will give us an opportunity to hear what he has to say in the afternoon. This presentation was very riveting, insightful, and it ensures that our global mission is supported by reliable, innovative, and scalable technology. Now, we will now take our lunch break, and I will encourage you to enjoy it, but I'll also encourage you to network with the fellow attendees. And can we be back promptly at 1 p.m. so that we can continue with our program? We will invite our VC to please close for prayer and then open for the lunch break. Thank you very much.
Could you all rise as we pray? Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this wonderful morning that came to pass. From the beginning, when we were thinking about this summit, we prayed and we submitted into your hands. And now we are here. You have helped our guests to arrive here safely, and we praise your name for that. Lord, we are grateful for those great presentations that came to hear. We are grateful for the miracles you are doing in our church. We are grateful for all those platforms that can help to advance your mission in this world. But I pray that as we are following this presentation, give us insight so that we may know how we can transform what we have in a better way, how we can advance our mission, and how we can make you known using those tools. Lord, as we are going to head for lunch, we pray that as we be eating, let us have a good fellowship. And let us recognize your love in whatever you're going to get. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. So, which wine, please?
Just to
Darkest night,
we can
I
usher ourselves
lift
out
my
here at
hands,
the back, but we'll be having our lunch
whispers
here
breaking
on this
through
floor,
the
and we can network on the ground floor. Welcome.
storms may rise, but I will stand, for I know you hear my cry. Oh, my soul, be still and know, in the fire he's in control. Though my heart hold me firm.
Once again, I think we can stand up and do a bit of stretching so that we do not fall asleep on these presentations, because they are pertinent for our mission. Can we stand up? For those that are not mobility challenged, can you stand up? Stretch up, 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 tiptoe, 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 up to the top, and back down again, down, 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 down. And back up, 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 up again. And sit down. And stand up. And sit down again. And stand up. And take your right foot, right leg, stretch it forward, put it circular, circular, so that blood circulation, yes, and your left one, yes. And you are going to hold your waist to the right, to the left. We need to create room in our stomachs. Yes. Please take a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for not being there in person today. As many of you know, we had some bad weather here in the DC area. For my Portuguese friends, boa tarde, amigos. É prazer estar aqui com vocês. My name is Eren Marsky. I am from Brazil, and I am the Associate Director for Information Systems in Cybersecurity at the General Conference. Today, we're going to talk about the foundations of Adventist cybersecurity. But before we dive into the technology, I want us to frame this correctly. We aren't just here to talk about firewalls, antivirus, or password policies. We are here to discuss the digital future of our church. The way we operate as a global denomination has changed, and the way we protect the operation must change with it. Over the next 20 minutes, I'm going to walk you through a new framework designed to secure the mission God has entrusted us. We have to start with a hard reality check. We call this the burning platform because staying where we are is no longer an option. For decades, we relied on a castle and moat approach. We assumed that the church network, our physical offices, our castle was a safe haven. We assumed everything inside the building was trusted and everything outside was a threat. That perimeter has dissolved. Today, our workforce is globally distributed. Our treasurers are working from airports. Our pastors are accessing databases from remote. Our missionaries are reporting from remote areas using mobile data. The castle walls are gone. At the same time, the threats have escalated. They are no longer just dealing with bored teenagers. We are facing sophisticated attacks from nation states and ransomware groups. And where is the sobering truth? They are specifically targeting nonprofits. They know we hold sensitive data. They know our tight budget as well. The security by obscurity mindset, thinking that we are too small or too religious, is obsolete. However, cybersecurity is not just about fear or building higher walls. It's about strategic alignment with the church's mission. Our strategic focus is I will go. This focus requires a mobile workforce. If we lock everything down so tight that our missionaries cannot work remotely, we have failed. We need mission anywhere securely. This is where Zero Trust comes in. It ensures that security travels with the user, not the network. It doesn't matter if you are in the GC headquarters or in a hotel in Nairobi. The security controls follow you. We also need to support public cloud, what we call casting wide the net. We want to innovate. We want to use the cloud to reach people. Zero Trust provides the guardrails that allow us to innovate safely without risking the church's reputation or data. Ultimately, this is about resilience for global operations. We operate in a digital hostile environment. We need to ensure that mission-critical functions continue, even under attack. To understand this framework, we need to define two critical concepts that guide our strategy. The what is the digital sovereignty. This is our goal. It establishes that we, the church, must own and control our data centers, our platforms. We cannot cede the control of our membership data or financial records to third parties without protection. This defines what we need to protect. The how is Zero Trust. This is the architecture. It is the tool set and the philosophy we use to enforce sovereignty. Whether our data sits in a server room in Silver Springs or in the cloud, Zero Trust defines how we protect it. So, how do we apply this in real world? We have adopted a dual strategy track. We have to recognize that the church has two different operational profiles. Track 1 is guarding the sanctuary. Think of this as our internal operation. This covers critical back office functions like finance, membership records, and HR. This area requires the highest level of security. We keep these in private infrastructure or heavily secured environments because they are the lifeblood of our administration. Track 2 is casting wide the net. This is our external face. This encompasses our websites, our digital evangelism, and our public outreach. We cannot lock these behind a VPN. They need to be open to the world. Our challenge in our strategy is to secure both tracks simultaneously. We protect the core while enabling the edge. To make this dual track strategy work, we operate on 4 core principles. These are the rules of the road for Adventist cybersecurity. First, never trust, always verified. In our spiritual lives, we value trust, but in the digital world, trust is a vulnerability. We must authenticate and encrypt every single access request. We don't just trust that a request is safe because it comes from inside the building. Second, assume a breach. This is a major mindset shift. We stop assuming we are safe and start operating as if the adversary are already present in our environment. This forces us to build defenses that limit damage if an attacker gets in. Third, verify explicitly. We don't just check a password. We make decisions based on full context, the user's identity, the health of the device, their physical location. Last, least privilege access. We give users access to only what they need and only when they need it, just in time and just enough access. This limits our exposure. These steps fall in line with the Matter Engage framework. Strategy and principles are essential, but they are just words on a page until we build them. So how do we translate zero trust from a philosophy into actual engineering? We view this implementation through a three-pillar architecture. I want you to look at this slide not just as a list, but as a maturity level on a roadmap. One of the biggest mistakes organizations make is trying to buy a zero trust product and plug it in. It doesn't work that way. You cannot jump straight to the finish line. You have to build the foundation first. Pillar 1 is establishing visibility. We call this the foundation. The reality is that you cannot secure what you cannot see. If you don't know a server exists, you cannot patch it. If you don't know a user exists, you can monitor them. Before we block a single port or install a single agent, we have to turn on the lights. We have to move from guessing what is on our network to knowing what is on our network. Pillar 2 is control access everywhere. We call this the build. Once we can see the assets, we can start locking them down. This is where we implement active defenses. This is where we move from monitoring to enforcing. We stop relying that the user is doing the right thing, and we start using technology to ensure that they can't do the wrong thing. This is the heavy lifting phase of the project. Pillar 3, continuous verification. We call this the mature state. This is a destination. This is where we integrate automation and AI. In this phase, the security system becomes a living thing, breathing organism that reacts in real time and often without human intervention. So, as we go through the next few slides, keep this progression in mind. We start with visibility, we move to control, and we arrive at verification. Let's start with the pillar 1. We call this the foundation because we cannot secure what you cannot see. If you take nothing else away from today, remember, visibility is the prerequisite for security. We need a comprehensive inventory. Often we find organizations have 30% more devices than they think. Those extra devices are open doors into your network. We need a complete list, a real-time list. We need a data classification framework. Not all data is equal. We must categorize our data. This allows our security tools to know what to protect. We also need an identity foundation. This is crucial in a zero-trust world. Identity is the new perimeter. We need a single source of truth for identity management. We need to consolidate so we know exactly who is on our network. Lastly, we need a network analysis. We need to know what normal looks like so we can spot abnormal flows immediately. Once we can see the environment, we move to pillar 2, the build. This is where we implement our active defenses. We need MFA. I cannot stress this enough. MFA is a non-negotiable baseline. In 2026, a password is effectively public information. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when a password will be stolen. We need conditional access. This is the intelligence layer. Imagine a user has the correct password. In the old world, we let them in. In the zero trust world, we ask, is the device healthy? Is the location logical? If the context is wrong, the access is blocked. I have seen numerous MFA authentication bypass in the last few years. MFA and conditional access is a must. We need network segmentation. We use microsegmentation to restrict lateral movement. If a hacker breaches a receptionist's laptop, segmentation ensures that they cannot jump straight to the server room. We need endpoint detection, EDR. The days of simple antivirus are over. We need advanced agents that monitor processes on every endpoint to properly secure our infrastructure. I want to pause here and unpack a specific technical concept because it represents the biggest philosophical shift in our strategy, the move from default allow to default deny. In the traditional way, antiviruses allowed all applications to run unless they were known viruses. This is reactive. We were essentially playing hack-a-mole with the attackers. In a zero-trust way, we are moving to default deny. We blocked everything by default. Nothing executes unless it is explicit on an approval list. This is proactive. This protects us even from brand new, never before seen threats. This also applies to ring fencing and restricted storage controls. Maybe some of you have used AppLocker before on a Windows computer. We can also protect cloud applications using cloud access security brokers, such as Microsoft Defender for cloud apps. Finally, as we reach Pillar 3, continuous verification and response, this is where we bring automation. We can use continuous authentication. Security shouldn't stop at the login. We use adaptive risk scoring to evaluate the session continuously. If user behavior changes dramatically, let's say they start downloading a lot of files, the system can cut access instantly. We could use automated response systems. Attack happens in milliseconds. Humans operate in minutes. We need systems that can automatically isolate a compromised device the moment the threat is detected. We might use behavior monitoring. It looks for abnormalities in user patterns. One example is Microsoft's conditional policies. If it detects a user in DC and another user in Europe at the same time, it could block the access. It can even change the user's password. Lastly, we might need red team exercises. We validate all of this by hiring ethical hackers to test our defenses. We don't want to hope our defenses work. We want to prove it. Now, you might ask a good question. Why are we using this specific plan? To work together as a global church, we need to follow global rules. We build this framework using industry standards from NIST, CIS, and ISO. Why is this important? It's important because it gives us a common language. If a division in Africa and a unit in South America follow the same rules, we can trust each other, we can work together safely. Please look at the table below on your screen. First, look at Pillar 1. We call this visibility. This matches the global standard for identifying your assets. It means we all need to know what computers and assets we own. Second, look at Pillar 2. We call this control. This matches the global standard for protecting your network. This is how we stop attacks. Third, look at the Pillar 3. We call this verification. This matches the global standard for detecting and responding to problems. Following these global standards helps us build a bridge to work together. This brings us to governance, and I want to be honest with you. The technology we discuss, MFA, segmentation, DR, that's actually the easy part. The hard part is people, policy, working together. We view this implementation as a journey, not as a destination. You don't just install a zero trust agent and walk away. It is a continuous improvement process that evolves as threats evolve. To succeed in journey, we need two things. First, we need executive sponsorship. We need our treasurers and our administrators to understand that cybersecurity is not an IT cost. It's an investment in the safety of our mission. We need their support to allocate the resources and manpower required to build these defenses. But second, and this is where I want to focus, we need coordination and collaboration. In the Seventh-day Adventist Church, we often operate as silos. Each union, each conference, each institution tends to run its own technology island. In the world of cybersecurity, silos are vulnerabilities. Hackers do not respect our organization borders. If a ransomware group compromises a server in South America, they will use the trust to try to attack a partner institution in Africa or the General Conference itself. We are all connected. This is why division technology leaders are so important. We cannot fight the battle alone. We need to move from being technological independent to being interdependent. If one entity sees a new threat, they need to share that intelligence immediately so the rest of us can block it. Look at the image over on my PowerPoint. A journey of collaboration. Think of it as a shield wall. If we stand alone, we can be picked off one by one. But if we lock our shields together, if we align our standards and share our defenses, we can become a fortress that is very difficult to break. We are inviting you to stop trying to solve this problem by yourselves. Let's coordinate. Let's share our wins and our warnings. We are stronger and we are safer when we walk this journey together.
We thank Eder Marsky for sharing these critical insights into cybersecurity and defending the mission-critical technology. Now, we shall welcome Dr. Pacifique Nizeimana, exploring the intersection of artificial intelligence and church mission. Dr. Pacifique is a statistician and data science expert, trained in bioinformatics, AI, and machine learning. His work spans education, public health, with strong emphasis on the ethical, data-driven innovation. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pacifique.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I think it's very easy to talk about AI in the afternoon. I don't know what was the logic behind scheduling the AI in the afternoon, but let's try to see how can we move together in exploring this interesting topic. You know, AI is well known by everyone, and not really well known, but the word sounds familiar to everyone. Yeah, but what is AI, and how can we connect AI and the mission? So it's very challenging actually to prepare this talk when you know the audience will be having, of course, IT experts, those who, if you say something really basic, then they'll be bored. But also, if you say something much technical, directors, pastors, again, they'll be bored. And then the problem was what could be the common ground. That was a little bit challenging. And I believe that we'll be able to touch on. I hope that everyone will get something. In this presentation, I'll be talking about these 4 points. One, what is AI? What is the definition of AI? Challenges of AI, application of AI in the mission. But also, I had one point that I called this. This is my name. I name it Adventist Mission AI. So it's nowhere. It's just something that I just connect words, and then I wrote. How about we think at the end of this talk, we think this challenge, how can we have Adventist Mission AI? And of course, it's very, 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 very common, and we need to know why this conversation matters. I know this is very basic, but the world is no longer the same with this AI. And the job is no longer the same. Now, when I had a project here in the government of Rwanda, where I was looking the impact of the internet in the health facilities. And then we went just for sample, we switch off internet, and we disconnect the systems, and then we say, doctors, please, those are the patient, go into the consultation and then treat the patient. And it was like something strange happens. They couldn't know where to go and what to do without internet. You see, the world is changing so rapidly, and the world is no longer the same. So AI is reshaping the society. It's reshaping our education system and healthcare. Usually, the right definition of education, I'm talking that as because that's my area. I'm into education institution. The purpose of education is to train people how to think, not to memorize. But now, AI is coming as against that philosophy because nobody wants to think. Everyone wants to run to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what to do. Then you say, are we really doing education? Are we really train our students how to think and to innovate? And if we cannot think, how can we innovate? How can we create jobs? And it's a challenge to everyone. It's a challenge to education sector. It's a challenge to health sector. And when we are talking about education and we are talking about health, those are the pillars of the church. Automatically, the church is being impacted. So if we are really the ones behind the technical aspect of the church, we have to be sure that we are taking this challenge very serious. So church institutions manage large data and the IT system. When the one was presenting the platforms we have in church, I wondered myself, oh my God, they have a lot of data, and how do they store those data? Do they really analyze those data? What kind of statistics do they just get from those data? That would be one of my questions, whether those platforms can also create summary statistics so that we can visualize the result and whatever. So now data is everywhere. We have cameras everywhere, and we have CCTV everywhere. When you go to the airport, they are having our data. And now the Facebook knows us better than what we know. Because sometimes Facebook remind you, do you remember when you were here this particular period of time? And you don't really remember. And the Facebook possesses our data. So data are everywhere. What do we do with this data? And the question you may think, Pacific, are you jumping? We are talking about AI, and now you come up with data. You are focusing on data. Yes, AI is data, if you didn't know. That is the definition of AI. So far, AI is what we call data. So the mission impact depends on how technology is governed. How do we really govern our technology? Despite the level you are working, whether you are at the GC level, whether you are at the division level, whether you are at a union level, whether you are at the field level, how do you govern your data? What do you do with your data? Do you keep them? Do you store them? How do you use them then? How do you use your data to just inform the leaders, to make policies? How do you move forward with what you have? Because what you have is really expensive and can take you somewhere else. Then what is really artificial intelligence? Let me touch a little bit on the technical part. Artificial intelligence is a computational system that detects patterns in data. You detect patterns in data, learn representations, perform tasks associated with human intelligence, but also how this is being done. It's using mathematical models, algorithms, scalable computing. Pastors, I'm sorry, we are talking about mathematics. You know, as now you cannot run away from IT, it's the same, you cannot run away from mathematics. IT expert, if you think you are good at IT and you don't know, and you don't have an idea about mathematics, then probably you are lying to yourself. So, now let's come to very simple definition. No data, if you don't have data, there is no learning. And when there is no learning, there is no AI. These are 3 points. No data, no learning, no AI. And I believe you have data. We have data. But what do we do with this data? Your platform is correcting when I just give tithe or offerings. But what do you do beyond that? Can you do prediction? Can you tell me how much I'll be offering in the next 5 years? Then if we can't respond to those questions, then we are not maximizing, we are not optimizing our resources. Because we should guide our president. We should guide our president, our mission leaders, where we are heading, so that we can design interventions, not to say what I think, but with precision, modeling. I'm talking about modeling. Because sometimes policy makers can just do statement, but we need to talk with precision, saying that if we touch on this intervention, we'll be able to achieve this with clear numbers. So AI is entirely data-driven. Quality, bias, and ownership of data matter. So AI is a statistical learning at a scale, pattern recognition, and also optimization. But there's something that we need to say. That's why mission is really important. AI is not conscious. AI is not wise. AI is not morally responsible. It is not. It is not wise. But we are running to those AI always. We are running to those AI. There is one man who is Mark Andreessen, and he is a pioneer of web engine developers, just as you. He made some statement. He said, AI does not mean that the end of humanity is nigh. It's a math, code, computers built by people, owned by people, controlled by people. The idea that it will at some point develop a mind of its own and decide that it has motivations that lead it to try to kill us is a suspicious hardware wave. In short, AI doesn't want, it doesn't have goals, it doesn't want to kill you because it is not alive. AI is a machine, is not going to come alive any more than your toaster. So this is AI. This is AI. Those who are getting a little bit older, they are afraid of technologies. But being afraid is not a solution. But there is another statement. What should we worry about AI, therefore? But as soon as it gets really complicated, we don't actually know what's going on any more than we know what's going on in your brain. We designed the learning algorithm, but when this learning algorithm then interacts with data, it produces complicated neural networks that are good at doing things. But we don't really understand exactly how they do those things. One of the ways in which this system might escape control is by writing their own computer code to modify themselves. So, if we are talking in a very technological wise, this is the worries that scientists have. Because so far, the AI we are having, it's not like just something computer can produce. They are a combination of two things. Let me try to see if I can make it simple so that everyone can understand. So now we are talking about two things. We are talking about algorithm, and we are talking about data. Once algorithm, it's just rules. Algorithm, IT expert, how can I define algorithm? Right? It's kind of rules, right? Rules or protocol, right? So it's kind of, I don't know. Maybe you will help me. So we have those rules. When you apply those rules to the data, then it can produce something. That is entirely what I can call AI. So what should we worry about? Those algorithms are being made by people. So the way you design an algorithm is the way it is going to work. So you see the result we are going to have using AI, it's still the outcome of a human being. Are you getting that? It's still an outcome of human being. So what we are worrying, what if the machine itself can make its own algorithm and produce something? And some can say impossible, but in academics we don't use the word impossible because we don't know where research can take you. Then if maybe you say it is impossible, you are not in academic institution. Because if you want to limit your thinking, then you should use the word impossible. But we are academic institution, we fail to do that. But this AI that we are talking, this science and technology has limitation. So AI and science cannot answer some questions, such as, where do I come from? It cannot answer that question. Those technology, who am I? Is God really necessary? This question belongs to faith, theology, and revelation. And that's why we still need to play our part in this era of AI. And imagine if you have AI where there is no more ethics and moral values are decreasing, and we don't have Christian people who can advance and advocate for Christian values, where is this world is going to? This is challenging us. As AI is dominating, what is our role as IT people? What is our contribution to make sure that what the world is seeing, they are not seeing what is wrong, they are seeing what is true? Because our role is to spread the truth. I don't think that this pastor of ours is going to use computer at 90 years old, at 70, at 60, when he has done theology. That is your role as IT people. What is our contribution in the mission? How do we support them? We may not be on the pulpit here, but behind the scene we can contribute in the spirit of gospel. Why the church must engage into AI? Because there is no way you cannot engage. AI already influences communication, decision making. Non-engagement leads to loss of control. Faith must guide innovation, not follow it. Faith must guide innovation, not follow it. But I'm afraid that some of our experts, They are not really using faith to guide innovation. Instead, we are following the innovation, which is a very big problem to the church. Let me go into deep. What is AI and when did we start having AI? You know, when AI started long time, it's not like recently, 2017. But when AI started, usually, it started from rules to deep learning. When we say rules, it used to be like a rules. Let's say you are sending an email, and then the rules say, if in this email there is a word free money, then reject the email. So it's data, rule, and then decision. Can you follow that protocol? There is data, then you apply rule, and then you make a decision. That was a challenging. Because if the rule is, you know, we are trying usually, in research, we try to minimize error. And what could be the possible solution to that? Data, rule, and then solution and the answer. Maybe we should change a little bit. We have data, answers, and then you make rules. You see the reverse? This is about the deep learning. Now it's about neural network. Let me start by neural network before I go into deep learning. But maybe neural network, you may not understand it. It's maybe if I say learning, you understand because we all learn. I have a baby boy. My first boy is now learning how to walk. And I was worried whenever I'm home, I try to just follow the baby wherever he's going. Say he's going to fall, he's going to fall, he's going to fall. And one day they told me, Pacific, he will not follow always. Let him fall. He will stand. Let him fall again until he will learn how to stand. This is artificial intelligence. This is learning. I'm trying to say it's data, answers, you make a mistake, you change, you do correction, he falls, he gets correction until the model is working very well. So you see, now the move was to come from rules, data, answers, but now there is a very good shift. Data, answers, and then you make a rules after experience. This is learning process. I hope you are getting something. So now we are coming from rule to deep learning or to neural network. Neural network, which is, of course, it's the input. It's like a human brain. You feed information in the brain, and then you just apply an activation function, and then the activation function will lead to outcomes. That's a very technical somehow. But there is an input, activation function, and then outcomes. So you see there is a change, data, answers, and rules, learning automatically. But this deep learning, when we say neural network and deep learning, is that neural network will have just one layer, but deep learning, you are putting so many layers. You are putting so many layers. And now, but these so many layers, they will face some challenges. You know, the word will make sense when you consider the sequencing of word. When you miss the sequencing of word and the weight of the word, then you will not make sense of what you are saying. There is the key word in the sentence. So this RNN, the recursive neural network, and long and short-term memory, this algorithm, they were facing challenges. One is sequencing, the other one is memory. Then we have innovation in 2017, where they have published a paper. Do you know that paper? Let me see those who know that paper. The paper is called Attention is All You Need. Have you heard that paper? That's the reality behind all the artificial intelligence you are looking now. Attention is all, if you can type anywhere, attention is all you need. I'm saying that because maybe we need to create our own AI. The church AI, that's what I called Adventist Mission AI. Then if we cannot understand the logic behind this paper that was published in 2017, that attention is all we need, we will not be able to make our own. What was the change? Due to the challenge of sequencing and the short memory, then they create what we call transformers, encoding, and then giving weight. And through those transformers, then we can consider sequencing and memory. So that, because when we are talking about AI, we talk about text. If you read one sentence, you get the 10th sentence when you don't remember what happened in the first sentence. So that's why these transformers that we can get in this paper, attention is all you need, has made a big impact. That's how you see ChatGPT comes through those things. So this is evolution. Rules to deep learning, rules to neural network, data, answers, and rules, deep learning to sequencing. Attention is all you need so that we get transformers, and then from those transformers, we can do that. Anyway, I think my time is moving too quickly. Let me come back to the topic. The topic says AI and mission. What is the capability of AI when you go with mission alignment? When we are talking about pattern recognition, prediction, optimization, language process, those are some activities. Those are just AI capabilities. Pattern recognition, prediction, optimization, language process. You know, sometimes maybe we need to include also some other machine learning algorithms such as unsupervised learning. Because most of the case here we are talking about supervised learning, where we are targeting something. We have input and also we have output. But what if we don't have output? For example, you have a massive of data, and you don't need always to go through the data when you are looking at a target variable or a target feature. Then it's come the unsupervised learning. What kind of patterns and relationship among the data without considering the outcomes? That is also unsupervised. And that also can impact in what we are doing. So when you see the pattern recognition application, you can see the community needs assessment. There is what we call sentimental analysis. When you post something on YouTube, can you analyze them at least as an IT person? We are not just expecting you to post a video that you have taken, but do sentimental analysis. Are the people liking that? Or they dislike that? How can we improve that? Sentimental analysis. Those can help to improve what we have. Prediction, evangelism, education, planning, resources. When you are doing optimization, of course, of resource stewardship, language processing, and then multilingual gospel outreach. This is really the application of AI. As I said, the Adventist philosophy of education is facing so many challenges because of the influence of AI. So we need to do something. And ethics also is being a problem because the algorithm are biased. As long as the algorithm are made by people, then they are still biased. And injustice, lack of transparency, automated picking and choosing. So machine execute code, intelligence lies in with designers. Then my challenge to you this evening, are we really following the algorithm, or are we going to create our algorithms? Do we sit and be satisfied by the algorithm we are looking, designed by anybody somewhere we don't know? Or we take initiatives of designing our own algorithms and influence the world in the way we want them to see? So there are so many risks that goes with this one. Of course, there are some challenges. And I want to tell you, though we are talking about AI, AI is not, it's just a tool. It's not a replacement. You know, head of the faculty in the university, I think you have read those news. In the Hong Kong University, recently published a paper. And the reference, he wrote 2 references, and he got them the reference from AI. And when they cross-checked after publication, they were nowhere to be found. A professor in the university. They were nowhere to be found. So you see, the AI is giving us what already stored. Am I right? AI is giving us what is already stored. Then the question is, what do we store? Even when you see the publication rate, our publication rate is still low. And how do you think people will get our findings if we don't publish? There is no way. There is no way. We should be active than what people are expecting, because the world is faced so many challenges. So now AI, of course, can help in the church and fulfilling the mission. But let me talk about this health and medical mission. Of course, predictive population health, clinical decision support. Nowadays, we are trying to, there are so few experts in radiology. Those who, computer vision application. Those who can analyze and predict disease, the radiography. But now you can train image. You can train the computer and then predict. There is one project that we are trying to have, just Adventist University, 4 of them, and some European university, where we are just trying to attempt. I don't know whether it's going to happen, but we are attempting to see whether we can help blind people to see. Attempt that. How? You see, it's an algorithm. If you can design an algorithm that can generate caption, that's very easy. To generate caption to image. So if you can connect a camera, or you wear glasses and then you connect a camera, and then wherever you go, automatically we see the image. And then if we are able to generate the caption of that image, what's really needed is just to bring a microchip that can connect that to the brain. And then automatically you will read, this is a kind in front of me. So now the caption is working and the accuracy is high. If the microchip can work, American people are trying that, I don't know. It's debatable. But already we can generate the captions. So there are so many influence of AI in health. Maybe what is more now difficult is about surgery, but predicting disease. Even nobody now goes to hospital without having an idea of the disease. Before you go there, you search, you say, I have this, what could be my disease? And then if the doctor is not serious, you can challenge the doctor. So there is much impact of AI in that. So, to conclude then, our last point is Adventist mission AI. Of course, whenever you need to just come up with an AI or just a ChatGPT version, you need to define objective. You need to define boundaries. What should be the boundaries? And there are so many steps. My main point here is to create a knowledge base. You have to make sure you have the base. You have the information stored. A knowledge base. That's why when you were presenting all this platform, my second question was about interoperability of those systems. We are having system here and here and here. But when it comes to merge them, do we really have this interoperability so that we can merge those data? And then if we can merge those data, we will have a big database. Do we publish enough so that we can have enough publications? Do we have our principles published? Can we put them together, all of them, and have a very big and rich database? And then after that, we create an algorithm, Adventist mission AI, so that whoever is going to search something, we know he is going or she is going to get something that is really goes with something we believe in. Probably, I'm not aware, probably that big database exists. then what is remaining is just creating our own AI. It's so sad to find a pastor, Adventist pastor, looking commentary in this world, application when we could have our own. And by mistake, you can get something strange. I want to challenge you, IT people, expert. There's someone who say we call ourselves heroes. I want to challenge you, heroes, to guide us and create a ChatGPT, create our own Adventist mission AI, so that we know if our children are looking into that we found something that is not going to harm them. And then after that, you have a knowledge base, then you can use what we call retrieval augmented generation, RAG, which means we are stopping this AI to learn itself, but always to rely on the sources, on the information that we have fed. That's what we call RAG, the retrieval augmented generation. When the user asks a question, AI searches your approved document. In those documents that as the church we have approved, nowhere else. AI will only answer only from those sources that we have approved. And those sources can be shown by the user. And this will ensure transparency, doctrinal consistency, and easy correction. Otherwise, if we keep relying on those old AI, we will face those doctrinal challenges. So, IT people, AI is a powerful but not neutral. Governance defines the impact, and mission must shape technology. And as I'm concluding, AI becomes a servant of mission when Christ remains the center. That's when AI can become a servant of the mission. May God bless you as you are advancing the mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pacifique. He has provided an insightful perspective on how artificial intelligence can support mission work while remaining ethical and faithful to our values. Now, for our last presentation before we go into a Q&A, I would like to remind each and every one, if you have a question, please note your question so that it can be addressed during the Q&A. Our next presenter is called Stephen Filkowski. He's Director of Data Governance at the General Conference. Stephen has decades of experience in IT and in IT leadership and cybersecurity and governance frameworks that support the trust, accountability, and mission effectiveness. Please welcome Stephen Filkowski.
Good afternoon, everybody. So spirit-led, data-driven, and governing data for ministry. So as my name is Stephen Filkowski, and as she said, I'm the director of the Office of Data Governance at the General Conference. Me and my associate director, who is pictured and couldn't be here today, Annette Melgosa, are tasked with standing up the GC's data governance program. Learn how to use this. Thank you. So I would like to propose that prerequisite spiritual lessons can support everything that we do in digital technology for mission, and specifically in data governance. I want to spend a few minutes now reviewing 3 of these. The first one is that God uses teachable people, and I will share a couple of biblical use cases. Second, we can benefit by remembering that God is a God of order, and we will briefly explore this concept as it applies to technology. And third, as we strategize, we should remember that God is the one in control because ultimately it is his plan. And after reviewing these 3 biblical support principles, we will introduce data governance, what it is, why it's important, and how it aligns with support and supports digital technology for mission. We will review the typical barriers to data governance and go over some tips to help you successfully implement it. And finally, we will circle back to the mission and the Holy Spirit who guides our efforts, because if it isn't about mission, it isn't worth doing. That's a quote from Elder Paul Douglas, our GC treasurer, and I will be revisiting that statement. So God uses teachable people, and God often uses people who are humble and teachable. Some of the Bible's greatest leaders were eminently qualified by the world's standards, yet experienced failure when they relied on their own strengths. When they surrendered those qualifications to the Holy Spirit, however, they were able to do great things for God. First use case will be Moses. Qualified in leadership, spent 40 years learning to trust in God rather than in his own merits. In Exodus 18:14-26, we are told how Moses listened to his father-in-law and learned to delegate. And in Exodus 25-32, we read how God gave Moses the plans for the tabernacle. Moses followed these plans and trusted those whom God had ordained to assist. And as we implement data governance in our organizations, we must do so under God's guidance and build a program that includes everyone in the organization. My second use case is David. David was God's chosen king. We find in 1 Chronicles 22 and 28 that David wanted to build God's temple in Jerusalem. When God chose Solomon instead, David humbly accepted and got busy drawing up the plans as the Spirit gave him understanding. He amassed the building materials, drafted the building instructions for the priestly functions, and carefully documented everything so his son could carry out the plans. And David was content to be the planner rather than the builder. And God blessed his detailed work. Data governance is about planning and facilitating. It is not glamorous. No one in data governance gets the glory. Instead, it is about empowering everyone in the organization to take ownership and responsibility for the data with which they are entrusted through established processes according to policy. Now, God is a God of order. And during our church's rapid missionary expansion in the late 19th century, Ellen White advised, "We are living in a time when order, system, and unity of action are most essential." Data governance is an area of Adventist technology that requires discipline and order. We should not shy away from it because of that. As we move forward with God's last day mission, we remember Ellen White's words, "We are living in a time when order, system, and unity of action are most essential." So this biblical principle also reminds us to guard ourselves from the temptation of the new and shiny at the expense of planning and order. The crow is a bird that has conquered the world. In the United States, our crow is entirely black. I understand the typical crow here in Africa is the pied crow, and I hope I pronounced that correctly, the pied crow, which is black and white. Crows are extremely intelligent and playful. And they are attracted to shiny things, often playing with shiny objects. Playing is great. The thing about the shiny objects, however, is that as far as we can observe, they serve no other useful purpose for the crow. As we engage people for the gospel utilizing contemporary technologies, we must remember that the shiny new technology by itself can never be the goal. Of course, it is fun and even advantageous for us to explore and even play with in order to determine if it can be leveraged well for mission. But mission is always the critical piece. God is a God of order, and we must embrace digital technology in expeditious but orderly ways. A crow may gain some sense of well-being by playing with a shiny object, but it is smart enough to know that foraging and nesting are the more important of its activities. So we must remember that applying proper order to how we embrace and implement new technologies is what will move the mission forward. So for Seventh-day Adventist leaders, these seismic shifts are both an opportunity and a challenge. On the one hand, we have powerful tools at our disposal to reach every corner of the planet with the good news of Jesus Christ. On the other, we must navigate complex ethical dilemmas, resource constraints, and ever-increasing compliant obligations, ensuring that our focus remains on the mission rather than on getting lost in the mesmerizing glow of novelty. So through God's providence, we have technologies available today that can spread God's message of love to the world in mere seconds. These technologies can cross borders and reach people even when we cannot humanly go. We are called upon to use these technologies for mission. Perhaps also providentially, the world has come to realize the value of data and acknowledge the risks posed to individuals and organizations if data is mishandled or badly managed. And we hear this theme throughout every presentation that we've heard today. This has propelled the church to consider how we manage to protect God's data. We all face huge compliance and regulatory responsibilities imposed upon us by our various governments. Yet based on the biblical principle that our God is a God of order, we are called by higher motivation than possible loss and or fines. God calls us to manage and protect his data and build trust with those we are reaching for him. So, the church has moved beyond the idea that if we invest in hardware infrastructure and security, that is enough. Today, the church recognizes that the data that resides on that hardware and moves across our network is God's valuable asset, and he is asking us to steward for his digital mission purposes today. Digital technology for mission is God's plan. In 1894, Ellen White wrote the following warning, which was no doubt specifically referencing unorthodox Seventh-day Adventist preaching and teaching of the day. Nevertheless, the same warning applies to us in our digital landscape, where things go viral overnight and where stolen data can be used to harm the church on a worldwide scale. We quoted part of this warning earlier, and here is the whole statement. Oh, how careful should every worker be not to rush on before the master, but to follow where he leads the way. How it would rejoice the enemies of our faith to get hold of some statement made by our people, which will have to be retracted. We must move discreetly, sensibly, and for this is our strength, for then God will work with us and by us and for us. That was from Special Testimonies to Ministers. We know that God has a plan for us, and that we are all called to carry it out expeditiously in an orderly manner. Let us pray to be teachable so that he can use us to fulfill the church's digital strategy for mission. So data governance is the way that the church commits to manage God's data in ethical and principled ways. Through proper data governance, we can reveal God's utmost love, justice, and trustworthiness. And that's a quote straight from our digital strategy for mission on page 40. We should take sufficient care when handling people's data that it stands as a witness that is compelling, respectful, and transformative. Also from the DSM. So what is data governance? And every presentation today has referred in some way to data governance. It affects everything that we're doing. And it's our responsibility to start really looking at this technology. The GC and our policies, our processes define data governance as a systematic and principled approach to manage our church's data to effectively meet our church's mission and goals. Through data governance policy, the church defines and distributes decision-making and management responsibilities for the data that the church stewards. Data governance establishes a framework for how the church manages its data. And I'm not going into the technical today on this, but the GC has gone forward and set up a data governance framework that we are utilizing. And hopefully, if I can talk with any of you and you're interested, we can network later and maybe get some more details on that. It helps the church establish policies and processes that ensure that the church can trust its data, can authorize appropriate access and use of it, and can properly secure it according to the church's needs and applicable data laws and regulations. So, but data governance doesn't matter to mission, does it? Well, so what does it have to do with our mission? Because if it's not about the mission, it shouldn't matter. We've heard that before, right? This quote from Paul Douglas, our treasurer at the General Conference. Isn't it time-consuming, and won't it take our limited and valuable human and financial resources away from the mission of reaching souls for Jesus? There is an interesting little passage in 1 Samuel that comes directly after Saul sacrificed to God instead of waiting for Samuel, and subsequently lost his kingdom. This story is presented by Italo Osorio in the DSM, the Digital Strategy for Mission, on pages 70 and 71. As recorded in 1 Samuel 13, the Philistines had systematically stripped Israel of its ability to forge and maintain its own weapon and tools. There was no blacksmith to be found throughout all the land of Israel. The scripture tells us, forcing the Israelites to rely on their enemies for even the most basic agricultural implements. Can you imagine being in that state? This technological subjugation was not a sudden development, but a gradual erosion of autonomy that occurred under Saul's 42-year reign. Saul's neglect resulted in far-reaching and severe consequences. So Italo goes on to say, the story of Saul's neglect highlights the importance of proactive leadership in technological matters. Leaders in the Seventh-day Adventist Church must not only be aware of current technological trends and challenges, but also have the foresight to anticipate future needs and invest accordingly. This requires a willingness to allocate resources to areas that may not show immediate returns, but are critical for long-term success and sustainability. So data governance can easily be seen as something that does not show immediate returns for mission or ministry. No souls can be counted because you appoint data trustees across your organization and spend time training them on good data governance principles. However, neglecting data governance now, as we embark heavily in digital technologies for mission, can create long-term digital debt and ministry mishaps leading to poor ministry results. So what are the positive effects of data governance? First, secured data saves resources. Consider the financial impact of current data issues, such as security breaches, compliance fines, wasted employee hours, operational disruptions, and missed strategic opportunities. Having the church's data secured saves money on multiple fronts. And next, managed data builds trust. Consider what would happen if church members and those whose data is solicited do not trust us with their data. Donations to digital ministry go down. People refuse to download ministry apps or contribute their data. On the other hand, if we show ourselves trustworthy in the way we handle their data, we are showing them that we serve a trustworthy God. Quality data increases the reach of mission endeavors. Consider the impact upon digital mission initiatives if the data is inaccurate, wrong-sized, or cannot be retrieved for critical mission-sensitive decision-making. Instead, quality data provides the folks at the church level or the leaders making the decisions with accurate data that can be retrieved when needed and that is right-sized for the specific mission need. Knowing and understanding our data better allows us to accomplish and do more for our mission. And lastly, governed data reduces the risk of unsecured data and the cost of unnecessary data. Consider the data-centric firefighting that's currently going on in your organization, and we know we all deal with this, and we've heard about it again and again all day. Firefighting is our enemy. That time can be spent better on other security issues, thus reducing risk. So, data governance is a key piece of digital ministry, and as such, it must be implemented according to the mindset of digital ministry. Digital ministry involves the following mindset: to serve others, adapt swiftly, and keep the mission at the forefront. It's another quote directly from our digital strategy for mission on page 6. Data governance is transformative for mission, and key impacts of quality data governance initiatives include enhanced decision-making. By enforcing data accuracy, consistency, and reliability, leaders can make informed decisions about resource allocation, program development, and outreach ministries. Strategies leading to better outcomes that align with the ministry's mission. It leads to improved trust and transparency. A robust data governance framework builds trust by ensuring transparency in how church members' personal information is collected, used, and protected. This is essential in today's digital environment. Accurate and transparent data practices enforced through governance build credibility with donors and volunteers. When the data is trusted, the organization can confidently report impact metrics and financial information, allowing it to secure ongoing support and funding opportunities. It leads to better security and compliance. Data governance establishes policies and procedures to protect sensitive information, like personal and financial data, from breaches, helping the organization comply with relevant regulatory laws and avoid legal and reputational risks. I'm looking straight at our DPO sitting down there, so. It leads to increased operational efficiency. Clear standards and processes for data management streamline operations, reduce manual errors, and eliminate data silos between departments. And how often have we heard about the data silos today? They reduce manual errors and eliminate data silos and focus on mission-critical work. And it also leads to an effective outreach. With high-quality, well-managed data, ministries can better understand their community's demographics and needs, allowing for more targeted and impactful communication. So data governance transforms how ministry operates in the digital age by ensuring data is a reliable asset for God rather than a liability. And here's a quote from Erton Kohler, straight out of our digital strategy for mission on page 35. "We are called to emulate Christ's tireless efforts to seek and save the lost. Our strategies are preaching our evangelism. And even our digital strategy should reflect this urgent desire to reach souls before probation closes." So I've taken a shot straight out of the digital strategy for mission. And if you're not familiar with the digital strategy for mission, it's what the leaders of the General Conference have put forward as what our digital strategy here is at the GC. And it's been published, it's available. If you have questions about it, please come after and I'll talk with Richard to see if possibly we can get some additional copies. But this is strategy 2 in our digital strategy for mission regarding responsible data stewardship. And it has 5 objectives. Number 1, establish comprehensive data protection and privacy policies. 2, foster trust through responsible data use. Implement minimization of data. Do not retain what we do not need. Encourage digital literacy among the leadership and staff, and encourage data-driven decision-making led by the Holy Spirit. So we have 3 processes that we set in our organization for the right track for data governance. First, prioritize use cases. Roll out governance incrementally by focusing on specific high-impact use cases that deliver quick, quantifiable results and build momentum. Number 2, view data governance as an ongoing journey, not a final destination. Continuously monitor performance, gather feedback, and adapt your program to meet evolving needs and goals. This helps those in your organization take ownership of the program. And finally, champion change management. Invest in clear communication, training, and user adoption to build a culture that sees governance as a partner and not a barrier. Celebrate successes to reinforce positive behavior. Key aspects of a resilient and sustainable approach that is mission-oriented include the following. Focus on mission value. Rather than focusing purely on rigid rules, nimble data governance provides initiatives that deliver immediate business value, and in our case, mission, such as improved decision-making, better customer experience, or faster time to market for new products. It's iterative implementation. Instead of a slow big bang rollout, it uses iterative phased approach, starting with specific data domains or projects and gradually expands across the organization. This allows for quick wins and continuous learning. Is servant leadership. Data governance leaders facilitate the success of the data champions. And empowered data champions. It delegates responsibility and decision-making power to data stewards and data owners within business units, enabling faster responses to local data issues without needing central approval for every action. Continuous improvement and feedback. Governance is treated as a living program with regular feedback loops to refine policies and processes based on the evolving needs of the business, ensuring it remains relevant and efficient. And setting clear metrics. Define specific measurable key performance indicators to track progress and demonstrate the impact of your governance program. Finally, monitor and improve. Regular review performance against your KPIs, conducting audits, and use of insights gained to improve your policies and processes continuously. This resilient and sustainable approach ensures that data governance is a supportive, enabling function rather than a restrictive bureaucratic one, allowing the organization to be more data-driven and responsive to ministry dynamics. So, how does it enable efficiency? These 4 things can be used to help that in your organization. First, adopt a data catalog approach. Implement a data catalog to make data easily discoverable. We've been going through this process at the GC, and we've been able to use it across many areas of data-centric function. This is reducing the time users spend searching and understanding data. Promote collaboration. Build governance into collaborative workflows, enabling users to work with data more seamlessly and find experts more quickly. Automate processes. Use automation for tasks like data quality monitoring, policy enforcement, and data classification to reduce manual effort and scale governance efforts efficiently. Also, embrace a data product mindset. Treat data as a valuable asset that can be reused and shared with clear ownership and documentation, and we've heard that before. Data governance is the foundation of data analytics, which when used ethically and responsibly, can provide valuable insights into the spiritual needs and interests of our communities. This information can guide our ministry efforts and help us be more intentional and effective in our outreach. That, by the way, was another quote from the digital strategy for ministry. So this one is the most important to me, and that is to communicate strategically. Build support and communicate effectively. This does not take as much time as one might think. But if neglected, much time will be spent backtracking. Communicating strategically is the key. Secure senior level leader sponsor. At the GC, we've been very fortunate that our leadership, starting with Richard and on up the chain, has been very supportive of data governance, and it has made a huge difference. Ensure a senior technological leader is a vocal sponsor and part of a data governance council. A top-down approach is best practice for establishing an organization-wide data-driven culture. Could you imagine doing that through a bottom-up approach? And at the GC, it would be impossible. Use simple, relatable language. Avoid data governance jargon. For example, you might craft a clear, simple vision. Here's one we call the 4 M's. It's minimize errors, maximize trust, multiply good decisions, and mobilize mission. Communicate findings clearly and consistently. Use clear and concise language and metrics to show the value of the data governance program to all stakeholders. And foster cross-functional collaboration. Break down silos, and there we go again, silos, by forming interdisciplinary teams with representatives from IT, security, and the ministry departments. This promotes shared ownership and ensures alignment with overarching organizational objectives. So we're all familiar with the parable of the talents. The servant who openly gained 2 more talents was commended. It is too easy for us as technologists to become overwhelmed with firefighting. When we are trying to get the network back online, taking multiple service requests and troubleshooting a critical server all at the same time, we might be forgiven for viewing data governance with some skepticism, a nice but unattainable ideal. Jesus' parable in Matthew 25 encourages calculated, faith-driven action, even if only one small step at a time. The servant who decided to do nothing was not commended. Some servants had great gains, but even the servant who only gained 2 more talents over the long period of the master's absence was commended. Who knows if the servant with the 2 talents was engaged in an investment that took time to plan, implement, and eventually yield results? All we know is that the master commended him. In the context of implementing the church's digital strategy, and specifically an entity's data governance program, small gains in just the right places can exponentially reduce risk to the organization. In order to right-size your new data governance initiative, to target those key pieces that may mean you are conducting thorough research and planning before making major investments, implementing pilot projects to test effectiveness and continuous learning, and adapting based on outcome. So I tried to come up with my own story that involved an associate treasurer trying to give tools to his directors of technology. That would be like me, that would be John Beckett, Adrian Schmidt, and Kenry, who could not make it today, Kenry Hilton. But I realized something along the way, that Jesus was the most masterful teacher. His parable of the talents that he taught us over 2,000 years ago still stands the test of time and is a much better example than I could ever come up with. Okay, as we close, let me summarize. Specifically to begin, even under adverse circumstances, firefighting, start with a high-value pilot project. Don't try to boil the ocean. Focus on 1 or 2 high-impact, highly visible data domains or use cases where you can achieve success quickly. This demonstrates immediate value and builds momentum. Second, leverage existing tools and processes. Build upon existing committees, data management efforts, or software tools rather than introducing a completely new complex framework. And integrate data governance into existing workflows. Embed data governance processes and policies directly into current development and operational workflows. This makes it a natural part of the job rather than an extra burden. Things like data security, data privacy, data accessibility, and data retention can be stipulated in policy and built out in operational workflows. So as we embark upon digital ministry, many technologies seem full of promise that might offer exponential results. But it is the Holy Spirit who decides the mission and who makes it successful. As the Spirit of truth, the Holy Spirit will bless our efforts to build truthful, trustworthy, and accurate data. He will bless our efforts to ensure that data is complete, consistent, and secure. Data governance rightly aligned with the Holy Spirit and prayerfully implemented will empower the data for mission. Mission-focused data governance under the guidance of the Holy Spirit will drive innovation, innovative digital ministry by making data trustworthy and discoverable within defined guardrails. It will also help to minimize data errors while lowering the risk of misuse or data breaches while enabling good decision-making. It will increase collaboration and break down data silos, creating a shared understanding of data and standardized data practices across the organization. And it will allow ministry teams to access confidentially shared consistent data, collaborating more effectively with reduced errors. So it's been almost 3 years since the IED Leadership Conference. And that's the first time that I heard Elder Paul Douglas, our treasurer at the GC, say the following: if it's not about mission, it shouldn't matter. And this has resounded with me over the years as I've heard this, because it's true. If it's not about mission, it shouldn't matter. But data governance is about the mission, and it does matter. Thank you.
Every day, the mission of the church depends on technology. Yet the digital world is changing faster than ever. Systems are under threat. Regulations are tightening. Cyber attacks are no longer a question of if, but when. And across Africa, IT leaders are carrying the weight by protecting data, enabling mission, and keeping the church moving forward by God's grace. You are the ones God has placed here for such a time as this. That's why the ATS Africa Congress exists. For the first time, technology professionals from across the African continent are coming together. One church with one mission and one shared future. The meetings will be from 26th to 30th January 2026 at Adventist School of Medicine of East and Central Africa in Kigali, Rwanda. 19 global experts from the World Church will be there, sharing tested systems, proven strategies, and real solutions. From cybersecurity and data protection to AI, compliance, and World Church platforms, you'll gain clarity, confidence, and direction. This isn't just training, it's alignment, collaboration, and a continental strategy for technology in service of mission. Without preparation, we risk vulnerability, fragmentation, and missed opportunities for mission. But with the right knowledge, the right partners, and the right vision, technology becomes a powerful tool to protect, unite, and advance God's work. Join us in Kigali, ATS Africa Congress, advancing technology for mission across Africa.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much for that video. It's reminding us why we're here at ATS. Thank you, Stephen, for your presentation. It's a thoughtful presentation on being spirit-led and data-driven, so thank you. Now, before we go into the next part of our session, I think it is befitting that we stand and stretch a little so that we can come to the more interactive part of our summit. Yes. I see there's several that are dozing off, and we agree. When the stomach is full, the blood tends to go to the stomach and away from the brain. Now we have to return it back into proper circulation. So shall we stretch? Shall we stretch? Up, up, tiptoe, tiptoe, tiptoe. Yes, yes. Down. Hands down. Yes. Good. And put your legs apart. Okay. And then now you will go forward. And back up. And forward again. And back up. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. Many are wondering why. I am an internal medicine physician, and it is my duty to make sure you are healthy. Okay, now as we move forward into our Q&A session, I hope that you have your questions handy so that when it comes your turn, we are able to give you the opportunity to ask them. But I will not be the moderator because there is an even more befitting person for this summit to moderate such a session, and he goes by the name of Prince. Prince is a PhD student in data science and holds a master's degree in computer applications with specialization in artificial intelligence and machine learning. He serves as the head of the Department of Software Engineering and is the coordinator of the AUKA Innovation Center, where he leads research, innovation, and applied technology initiatives. Please, let us welcome Prince to moderate. As he comes forward, now the way we're going to organize this session is that not all the presenters will be coming to sit in front. We will do this in 3 sections. The first 2 presenters will come and the questions will be addressed to them, and the next 2 following, and then the last presenter. So we're hoping we can have a very interactive session.
Thank you very much, Rachel. It's such a blessing to have you as our MC, the one and only. Please clap for Rachel. Let me refresh your mind on the themes that has been discussed the whole day here. We start with a very interesting presentation entitled Knowledge Management as Infrastructure. Secondly, someone came and taught us World Church platforms. Then the third presentation was all about Adventist web engine. The fourth, the Defender playbook, actively countering threat with Mitra Engage. And lastly, our Vice Chancellor presented AI and church mission. And the last, I think this was the last topic, was spirit-led, data-driven, and governing data for ministry. I would like to call in front the first 2 presenters. I think one will represent the family to have all of them. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's better to be seated. I don't think this one is. Oh, yeah, it's working. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon.
The audience is so intimidating. Have you seen it? Okay. I have a question for you that I need more clarification. Why should organization treat knowledge management as core infrastructure, not as an optional support function?
No, you can answer that.
I can tell you a little experience that my wife told me that was too boring to tell, but we have a lot of IT people here, so I will go into that. Year was 2003, probably. She will correct me. That's what I have her here. And I was serving our university there in Argentina. And I had decided that I didn't need anymore my send mail. That shows how old I am. Administrator. She was leaving and I didn't want to have a remote. Remote work was different. That is in 2026. So I decided I didn't need her. It worked. Everything went okay, except that I had no documentation from what she was doing. So one night I had the event, send mail is down. And I don't know how, do you have any old send mailers? The one that need to maintain send mail in the past? Nobody? Yeah, we don't have dinosaurs. Oh, we have some, okay. So I spent the whole night, and I was able by the morning to make it work, and I was excited. And I don't know how long after it happened, it failed again. It was probably a month or something, and I forgot my solution. After that, and a little episode of hating myself, I promised myself this is never going to happen again. And it happens all over the place and over the map. And we IT people are very fast, and we think, or we overestimate our power of remembering things, but we don't. Everything becomes a blur. And when you don't know, actually things take longer. It's the same as what Steve was telling us with data governance. Nobody seems to have the time, but then when you need it, you say, oh, I should have invested. So that's what it's coming from my own experience, and I strongly believe, and I'm always heavy on document, put in a ticket. It's one of my second last names.
Thank you very much. Mom, do you have something else to say?
No,
That's all enough?
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
What is one practical action leaders can take to better manage and share knowledge at scale?
To manage data and to share.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first of all, give time in any project to documentation. That's one of the key parts that the leaders can do to stimulate and to start the process of making documentation. And sharing, if you don't share, you know, like a lake that doesn't share, what it becomes? What it becomes? A Dead Sea, right? But if it flows, it shares, it becomes a nice body of water that fishes and a lot of other animals can drive in it, right? So it's the same with our knowledge. If we share it, we actually are giving us more time to have more knowledge ourselves. So if we give, actually, we will receive.
Thank you. Can you please clap for them? Come on. The audience, you don't have to go. We need to get some question from the audience. Any question? One or two? Clear and concise? Let me start from you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm Damon from SID.
Hi.
Thank you, by the way, for the presentation. Documentation is very key. Does the General Conference have an app that we can use for documentation? One professor told us everything is possible. We shouldn't say it's impossible. Or should we start thinking about creating something that will help us to document all our systems? Thank you.
The short answer is no, and I don't want to create more apps. We have been with Steve with the process of trying to pull some of the applications that we have. We have way too many, and it's very challenging to maintain. And if you're asking me at what part of the process you are on GC on the documentation, we are at the phase where we say any documentation is better than no documentation.
We're starting to move the flywheel. Okay, we're starting to move the flywheel. So it's really heavy, that flywheel that we are right now trying to move.
Yeah.
But we are doing our best.
If you're asking me where we document, we use SharePoint. I particularly am not a fan of SharePoint or even Microsoft, but that's a tool that we have. So we're already using something that we already have, and we have secure access, and we use our ticket system for all our interaction with our customers.
Thank you very much. Any other question, please? There's someone there.
Hello, I'm Michael from ECD, and just going back to the presentation, I think I heard from both Adrian and Mildred about this concept of too much documenting, like too much documenting, and I was wondering what could be like the litmus test that, okay, now we are too much documenting. What could be the way to measure that? Like,
There is too much documentation?
yeah.
When you document too much is when you're doing it so granular that it's too big and you can't maintain it, right? So you have to read a volume of 10 volumes to do something, right? That's too much documentation. Because it's not usable. You have to have a semester to do something, right? Because you have to read too much. Too much documentation, and for me, the key is too much documentation because maybe they are not writing it at the level of knowledge that they need to write. That's the thing. Yeah. I don't know if you...
Yeah,
yes.
if I have somebody that is doing installation of a desktop, I don't need them to explain me what Windows is. That's one of the 10 commandments that you will get on your inbox or whatever form Haggai decides to distribute it. You need to write to somebody with the similar skill levels that can read your documentation and can understand. Of course, if I need to do something that Juan has been doing in the past for me, and he did a good documentation, it will take me longer because I was not doing the password manager deployment that he did for our organization, but I should be able to. It will take me maybe twice the time, but I still don't need to go back to him. I still love you, Juan.
Thank you very much. Can you clap for them, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to call upon the presenter, Tembi. He presented on World Church Platform. Welcome, Tembi. Please clap for him. I know you are very tired, please. The second presenter, he presented on Adventist Web Engine. Can you please come forward? Please clap. Come on. Good afternoon, Tembi. The last time we met, it was evening, right?
Yeah.
I hope so. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Why should organization... It's coming like the first question I ask. How do global church platform help improve coordination, transparency, and mission effectiveness across the region?
Okay, so the platforms that we initially picked for the World Church platforms to be on the World Church platforms like ACMS, help us to standardize our operation across the field. A good example, we have a process called censuring in our church, and that process, if not standardized, can be really abused. You can end up having people who are censured for 2 years or 3 years if you're not careful. But this system automates that and makes sure that we can standardize that process across the whole church field. So that's just one example of how the World Church platform can help us to standardize and also make sure that the process of using these platforms also help us with our mission. We can give an example of the web engine, for instance. It's a good example. We have a unified identity across the whole world, which we can manage, and when new updates come, they can quickly be shared with everybody.
Please, clap for him. Come on. I will keep requesting this. Now, coming to you, sir. You talked about Adventist web engine. How can a unified web engine strengthen digital presence, trust, and engagement for church institutions?
Can you repeat the last part?
How can a unified web engine strengthen digital presence, trust, and engagement for church institutions?
I think from the technological perspective, perhaps many may think that there's not much difference, but as Tim just said, it's kind of the transparency part brings trust, and also working together help us to do more. So that's for me the key. So when we are working together, it's easier to do more, and then that helps to bring more trust in the organization. Let's say if you're working alone, you need to, just an example of a website, you may spend some time building a website, but it will be your website. But when we are working together, let's say as a division, working together to create great websites, the quality will be higher, and again, that helps with the trust of the general public and our church members.
Thank you very much. The audience? So many. Please, 1 minute each.
All right. My name is Collins from ECD. And my questions go to Thembi. I was looking at the cost for the membership is $0, treasury is $2. And maybe the question was, what was the criteria? Why don't you just have the cost for because it's like there is some kind of the cost that has not, I don't see that. Maybe you could explain. Second one is that, in Kenya we've had platforms. We have another some time back called CFMS, and currently we have a new one, and that is for the treasury. I think it is very difficult to sell this idea of having platform from one platform to another, and then you skip. So of course they had their own problems. So I don't know how can we just come and explain to these people over and over again, because there will be some questions coming up again. Sorry, thank you.
All right. As anyone who has tried to do pricing will tell you, pricing is the most complicated thing that you can ever engage in. Pricing is difficult. But the strategy that we have adopted is that when we give you the access to a platform like the web engine or ACMS, when you start realizing the value of the platform, it will be easy for you to justify the cost of paying for it. So it is important for you to first know what we are dealing with, because if I just tell you we need to pay $1,000 per church for this platform, no one will want to use it because you don't know what is there. But when you start seeing what it can do and the benefits that you accrue, especially for big churches, if you start realizing you are spending time receipting maybe 3 hours on a Sunday just doing the finances, and all of a sudden you're able to do it in 20 minutes. Now you know why you are paying that money that is needed. That's number one. Number two, there are costs that are involved with all of this development. We have a team of about 50 gentlemen and ladies who wake up every morning, all Adventists, who go to the office and maintain and continue to develop these platforms. There is money needed to run that. Nothing's for free. Somebody's paying for it. So let's remember that we're not trying to make profits. We are trying to make sure that we remain sustainable and we can prolong and elongate the lifespan of these platforms. So I hope I address your issue on pricing. The other thing that I just need you to understand, membership is the foundation for our system as far as ACMS is concerned. Once you have membership sorted out, you can build on top of that. Treasury needs membership. And you can theoretically run Treasury without the members, but there's more value when you have membership data now talking with the Treasury data. So it's important for us to make sure that one is a bit free so that anyone can use it. And then the second question that you mentioned, changing platforms is never an easy thing because people are used, as human beings, I think we are wired to resist change, and it's not an easy thing to rewire our minds when new things come. But it's very simple. When you look at a new platform, put it on the scale. What advantages do we now accrue from using this new approach compared to the old one? And if the benefits outweigh the benefits outweigh the old system's benefits, then it's an easy sell for you to migrate to a new platform. But change is never easy. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time to also accomplish. So we need to keep looking at it and seeing whether it's a good idea to work with the new platform.
Thank you very much. I will pick only one more question after this one, so we can proceed.
I had 2 questions. My name's Kwemboy Hosea. I also come from ECD. My first question was, is it possible the ACMS for Treasury to integrate with the local, maybe mobile providers for like Safaricom, so that we can, our users can give through Safaricom? And my last question was to Ted. He presented so well on web engine. And web is all about photos and the wordings. Now, we have photos, let's say for Jesus. I saw a photo for David there. Is there a way we can verify or we can get these photos for these people? Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll take the first question. That difficult one is for you. All right, I'm happy to tell you that the integration with our mobile money providers is already completed. As I mentioned, it was first done here in Rwanda, and we have set up USSD providers to be able to use our applications in the Treasury side. So the short answer is yes, it's already done. All we need to do is to come and configure it for you, and you should be able to start using it. So that's the easy part. Now the difficult part.
Later, it will be introduced a software solution that will allow you to have a stock imagery coming from the church. So you could use that as a service to get access to pictures and so.
Thank you very much.
Platform just dedicated to giving you those images. I think it's called Jetstream Stock. Yeah, so it's already there. Short answer, yes.
Thank you very much. One more question. I don't know how you're going to distribute it, but go behind. Because
we have so many questions, but we would like to involve also those on the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sure.
Hello. My name is McCoy from ECD, and my question is as follows. With the amount of technological platforms in place, don't you think that we need to build a technological hub that will foster new innovations into the church, because we have a huge migration from analog into digital? So don't you think that we need to build hubs, basically our own Silicon Valley?
Amen to that.
Yeah, I think improvement is the biggest room available, but I would also want us to encourage to first consume what we currently have before we start new things. I used to fall into the temptation of wanting to over-implement solutions in my division, and I soon realized that we're so fast ahead at the division office and the rest of the field was failing to catch up. So we might need to first go back, maybe to the basics even, make sure we have internet connectivity, good infrastructure, so that when these other innovative solutions come, they already have a solid foundation to run on. So I think we need a balance. It's not either or, but I think we need to be able to make sure we don't leave anyone behind, we don't move too fast ahead, and we maintain that ecosystem in between. So I think your comment is quite in place. We need to balance new innovation so that we stay on the cutting edge, but at the same time, not leave those who are far behind as well.
Thank you very much. Please clap again for our panelists. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Another, there is a picture. Let me call upon other presenters. The presenter of AI and Church Mission Effective. Please come forward. Please clap for him. Hey, if you want to survive in this place, you better clap for him, please. The second person who presented spirit-led, data-driven, governing data for ministry. Please welcome Steve. Clap for him, please. Thank you very much. VC, what is one responsible and mission-aligned methodology the church can use AI today? How can, you see, the church is more human. How can we use AI and not removing the human parts in the mission today?
Yeah, so that is a challenging question, and usually that was my challenge in the presentation, how the church can have our own Adventist mission AI, but of course with the human on the control. The human on the control. When I say human on the control, I mean our principles, Adventist principles. Coming back to your first, sub-question of your question, you asked me what is really one application that can touch the mission of the church. Going back to the presentation of AI that I did, maybe I forgot to tell you what we call LLM, the large language models. That's very technical. But when you see these translations we are having, and now the church in the mission is to reach out in those countries where they don't know about Christ, Muslims, and now we don't need to take flight and go there. We can use LLM, the large language models, integrate those LLM in our website to do translations and to make sure the message reach them where they are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please clap for him. Steve, how can faith-based organizations use data wisely while remaining spirit-led and value-driven?
I'd say that it's not only how we do it, we must do it. This is God's asset that we're dealing with. So if we don't go about this responsibly, then we're not going to be following through with what we're led to do in our digital strategy for mission. You heard me talk a lot about the digital strategy for mission, and there are many areas in there where we outline exactly how we must be good stewards of God's data. In this case, and we could go down in the weeds, but we don't have an hour to discuss it, how we go about going out and protecting that, because there's a lot of data-centric aspects of how we deal with things inside of the church now. And a lot of us that have been in this field for decades do remember when we came in and we fixed PCs. But now we're in the area where data security is something that must be handled, and data protection, and so many aspects where data has become the focal point where it never really was in the beginning. Nowadays, we must be able to handle this responsibly. We have gone about conducting data discoveries, and we're not even aware in a lot of the cases when we start what data exists out there or what is being stored, even for no reason inside of databases and other things. We need to be responsible going through and making sure that we're being minimalist in this case, that we're removing the aspects of what's being stored out there and what's being handled. And it's through data governance that we're going to do this. We need to be aware of what data is out there. We can't be responsible with it until we do that.
Thank you very much. Since you are the last panelist, I have one more question that both of you will answer. Each will give his view.
Maybe after
No, they will come later. I don't want you to help them.
Yeah.
What single principle should guide the church when adopting technology, data, and digital system?
So what was the last part of that question again?
What single principle should guide the church when adopting technology, data, digital system? Just the principle that should guide us when we're adopting all these.
I think I've already stated it, and that we're dealing with God's assets here. We need to act responsibly and treat this in a way that we know that the last days are coming, and that this is our responsibility at this point to make sure that we protect that data. They have a quote from Ellen White that we had in this case. Talked about us, about how we will be misinterpreted going towards the last days and so forth. This stuff can be used against us. Our responsibility is to take God's asset and be as responsible with it as we can. That, to me, is the primary driver.
Thank you. PC, you have something?
Yes, I'll be direct. The truth that we have in a Seventh-day Adventist church is constant. It doesn't change with time. That is Jesus.
Amen.
And
Amen.
The AI or any technology will make sense to mission as long as Christ is the center and that. And we know where to get the Jesus. We have the Bible. So we have the principles. It's clear. And our truth doesn't change with time. It doesn't change with technology. It will remain the truth, and that is Jesus.
Thank you very much. Now the audience, it's time for you. Questions? We start there. Where's the mic? Oh.
My name is Emerance, and I'm from Rwanda Union Mission. My question is related to artificial intelligence. And as you have seen nowadays, people go to the pulpit preaching, and we are also ministering. And we are talking about Adventist technology. And some people, they may go with gadgets, not the hard Bible, as I say, maybe tablet or laptop. And also they do research with different versions of the Bible. There is New King James, there is King James, there is Amplified, there is NIV, and different versions. What would you advise those people who are using technology while preaching, not hard Bibles? gadgets in the pulpits as they are giving missions? And what kind of version would you advise them to use so that they go to internet and look for the right version? Is all versions right, or there is one single right version that is right? Thank you so much.
Maybe I will allow the audience to be part of the providing answer. I'm a data scientist. I don't want to fall in the category of judging, because when the question is asking about what version should we consider, then that's not AI. That's about content-wise. And maybe let me answer one question to that. I'm still positive that maybe it's because I don't know, but probably the church at a higher level has this Adventist mission AI. Then if I'm wrong, then all these questions, the answer is that the church should have that platform. Because in those steps that I wrote, steps, objective and whatever, one of them is to make sure to integrate in that platform those versions that we believe they are right. And then whenever our people are searching, they search in those versions we think they are right. But I will not say this version is right, this is wrong. I will not answer that question. But we have pastors here. They can also intervene. But again, we need to go there. We need to own our own system. We don't need to follow. We need to create our own to make sure that the flock are receiving what they are supposed to receive. So the people who use the gadget, electronic, whatever, on the puppet, again, making a comment on that will be judging, and I don't want to judge. But as long as we are spreading gospel, for me, I don't care what you have in your hand, as long as it's the Bible. But of course, the physical representation, the physical book, the Bible as the book, also we cannot say that it doesn't have any, because if you ask that question, it's because there are some, it's obvious that people are asking that or are judging that. Then if not carrying the Bible can be a burden to the message you are giving or you are spreading, what's wrong in carrying the Bible? So there are some few questions which are simple that we don't need to spend time discussing about them. If you know not carrying the Bible will be a challenge to your message, is it because it's too heavy? The answer is no. Is it because it's expensive? The answer is no. Then why do you need to make people questioning you? Those are my few comments on that question. Thank you.
Any other question, please? In front.
So, thank you very much. My name is James Aboge from ECD, AUA. So, Dr. I like your proposal of having Adventist AI, but it looks to me like a bit of being exclusive, right? Having something where preaching to members, directing them to what is we trust. But the majority of the world that we try to reach will go to the popular, normally known AI platforms. So how are we giving up on influencing these platforms? Are you saying that? Or are there ways and means in which we can influence the current platform so that our message can be met and be accessed by the common person who may not know about Adventism already? Just the first question. The second question goes to, and of course, there are already challenges with the current models because there are a lot of ethical challenges with those current models, for sure. But are we giving up by saying, let's have our own? Are we throwing our hands up and saying, well, we can't beat them, so let's just have ours? Just the question for you. Then number two, for the data, you know, there's systems you can put in place to drive in change. If finance people are very good, every audit the church does is about finance. So accountants are very careful to make sure they cross all the T's and make sure the balance, because they know they're going to be audited. Are there plans, maybe, to have some basic audit for data governance so that even every IT person, I know at the end of the year I have to be accountable somehow in how my data is governed, so that I can put some basics in place, even if it means just classification or it means just data identification in my environment. I know I'm going to be asked some questions. Those are some of the procedural principles that may drive change. Otherwise, it may just become a good to have, as you said, something nice, but maybe not achievable, unless there are some controls and places put to make people accountable. Thank you very much.
I think there is an answer in the audience, right? Yeah, I think you are going to answer them before I just make my comment.
Yeah, I don't want to intervene too much, but in my opinion, not giving up to train the AI models means open up our websites. So that's, in my opinion, the way to make it work. If we are blocking the websites, so the AIs cannot get the data from our websites, there's no way. And the other option is, in my opinion, if we are so focused in our own reality as a church and we are not opening up our resources to the general public, the AIs will not, bots will not get that data. So in my opinion, that's the way we as a church can move forward, enabling from our websites.
Yeah. No, I'm in a position where I do get to see the analytics on a lot of our sites, and the AI does hit many of our websites very hard, bringing in what we have to share and incorporating that in within the AI. And it is quite challenging even from a traffic perspective because, yeah, they visit our sites quite aggressively sometimes. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. Maybe one additional point. It's always to be open, but having also the baseline and the reference. What we are trying to do is not to set some people aside and to be maybe, dividing and say this is it. No. But at least let's have a reference and a baseline. Because having that open mind with the baseline will also enhance our research. I believe so. Yeah, that was one comment that I would make on your point.
I would also hope that this question could actually be proposed to Richard Stevenson when he's on site, if we could once again get this question brought to him, because I wouldn't be able to articulate it, but Richard could and know what could be articulated in that. But the GC does have some things that they're pursuing in this case. So if this question could be reproposed to Richard when he's here, that would be lovely. Regarding the second part of the question, in my presentation, you saw where we were like, please avoid the trinkets and so forth. There are software and so forth that could be used to help in the data governance aspect of things, but really the focus and whether the GC could help in this case is the foundational pieces of data governance. There's a lot of research that has gone into the direction that we've gone and the policies that we're going forward and how the GC as a whole and Treasury and so forth have formed the programs that we're putting in place, starting with the framework and the data governance policies and how they affect our work with data protection policies and our other data security policies. These data-centric areas all need to be built up together. This isn't a one-size-fits-all. Once that any organization can go through this discovery process and actually build these foundational pieces, then the picture becomes much clearer. I can tell you, a year ago, we didn't have near the understanding of what needed to happen for data governance that we do now. And it's been a learning experience for us. It's not going to be a quick solution, but it's one that's definitely worth pursuing because we now know better how to, you saw the presentation with Ed Marsky. A lot of the tenets of what he's building in there is going to require good data governance and good data protection and other data-centric areas because you have to know what you're protecting before you can protect it. And his zero trust that he spoke towards requires knowing what data sets we're protecting. These things need to be understood and known. So I wish I could give you, oh yes, go out and buy Microsoft Purview and that's going to take care of everything, or TrustArc to be able to handle some of the other things that we're dealing with more directly on the data protection side. But we've even learned in those experiences, and I was talking with Ernest over lunch, it isn't a one-size-fits-all with these cases. We have to evaluate these products, go out and actually do some real research as how they're going to fit us. So I hope I answered your question there. I think starting with the foundational pieces of data governance is the most important aspect. And that's where the GC could actually help, just giving some information as to how we got to that point.
Thank you very much, the panelists. Please clap for them. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we owe him something. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, there is one who gave us a very wonderful and informative lecture on cybersecurity who is not here with us. I was given the authority to call upon Ernest. Please clap for him. Thank you very much, Ernest. Well, in simple terms, how can organization move from reacting to cyber threats to actively defending themselves?
Okay. So, to move from reactive to actively pursuing it, it's a couple things that you're going to need to take into consideration. A bit closer. It's muted. There we go. If you want to move to a more active stance, just buy a tool. Just kidding. That has been what cybersecurity has done. If you want to be proactive, it's a change in culture. If you want to be proactive, you train your people. Because most of the hacks that come, and I've dealt with universities all over the world, I've dealt with Adventist universities after they've been hacked, usually multiple times, it always comes back to a person. So you start with people. It's not about the actual technology or the tool. So if you want to be proactive, you need to first start by working with your people and helping them understand what they can do better.
Thank you very much. Please clap for him. Hey, defend yourself. What is one key digital or security risk leaders should prioritize today?
If leadership is going to prioritize anything, actually, usually it comes down to identity management, because that is the way that somebody gets in. If we can manage how we are connecting and understanding what that means. So when Eder was talking about zero trust, he talked about that the basis of this is based on identity management. And that's where we have to start. Don't ever fall into the trap that it's too hard or that we have to be really complicated or lots of expensive software. That is one of the things with technology, especially cybersecurity. Oh, we don't have the money for that. It again comes back to managing the identity of the people and then going from there.
Thank you very much. The audience. Okay, thank you. The audience, a question? There is one person there.
Thank you. I am Michael, ECD. I want to pose a question about cybersecurity. You know, most of our institutions, we are running web resources, and most of the time we are not so sure whether our data is safe or not. So I don't know if there is any platform which is being worked on by the church, especially I'm coming from an academic side, so as our institution, we are looking for that to find a more secure platform. And how could this be trusted also, as we had in the presentation that we should have zero trust in the web resources?
Is there a platform? The simple answer is no. There's not a platform. It's really, the biggest thing with cybersecurity or technology, it's a three-headed beast. You have people, process, and technology. So there is no great solution as far as this is the most secure operating system, this is the most secure, network. No, you start with your people first, get them the education, help them realize what process they should do or should not do. Once we've done that, then we come down and start looking at our processes. And one of the biggest things that happens when I've seen a breach is because as Adventists, we have this problem called hoarding, especially when it comes to data. Well, we're going to do a Pathfinder event. Well, we're going to collect their birthday. We're going to collect, we don't need to have their full birth date. Maybe just how old they are. We don't need, so we tend to over-collect data. So when we over-collect data, then we put it on a network share somewhere, or we send it through email, and email is not secure. And when you guys noticed before, Adrian was kind of joking and laughing at me and pointing me out when he was talking about WhatsApp. If any of you really want questions, I can go through and explain to you that WhatsApp end-to-end encryption is not truly end-to-end encrypted. It's only the illusion of it. So if you're sending something secure, like people's birth dates or their anything, you don't use WhatsApp. So in these things, again, then you just come up with a new process. As the General Conference voted to use an app called Signal, that is secure for anything that has to be sensitive. So I use WhatsApp all the time, but I don't use it for anything that is sensitive. So choosing the right technology and then developing the process. Okay, if it's just going to be sharing, like at our local church, we have, I think, 7 groups inside my local church, at our local Adventist church, all for WhatsApp. We have one for men's ministry, one for women's ministry. That's a great way to use WhatsApp. But we're not going to send any sensitive information across that. So understanding the process and the tools, then that helps you do that.
Thank you very much. A hand of applause, please. Now I'm going to be very intentional in giving people to ask questions. Can you go to the West Africa division, WAD? I need to see these people. Is there anyone from WAD who has a question? Here there is.
I'm George from WAD. Since we are discouraging using WhatsApp, and most of the offices uses WhatsApp, what do we do? Because in our different churches today, that is the only means we use to share information. And most of this vital information is also used in that platform. What is your advice?
Great question. Great question. And one of the biggest challenges of WhatsApp use, I'll call him out by name, Tiago. No, I'm picking on Tiago. But when I first started working with the Adventist Church in South America, which was 2018, they were using WhatsApp everywhere. And that's the first time I came across someplace that was using it so extensively and so much. I am not against using WhatsApp. Like I said, we use it at our local church for ministry outreach, men's ministry. It's a great way to use it. We just say if there's any sensitive information, I'm also an elder at my church, and when we had to deal with the discipline issue, that was not in WhatsApp. You know, if we had to deal with a discipline issue in our church, we used Signal, which is another app like WhatsApp, but it is secure. So that's a training process saying, if we have to share something that is confidential, and by the way, here on the continent of Africa, the regulations and the laws that are coming out for protecting children's information and for protecting stuff dealing with religious organizations, it is, I mean, the laws keep coming out. It seems like every other month there's a new regulation coming out in one country or another here in Africa. So it is actually becoming a legal issue. So if that information was to get compromised, then your church or your organization can be held accountable. Just helping them to understand what to use WhatsApp for. For ministry, for Bible studies, for outreach, great. If we're going to do anything that's sensitive or HR related or employment or anything discipline, that is not what you want to use. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the South Indian Division, SID. Any person from SID? I will come to the General Conference.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Teddy Chiaka from Southwest Angola Union. I would like to know, since in cybersecurity we will never have 100% of security, my question is a world church, do we have a strategic plan or something documented for cyber awareness?
Great question.
Specific for our church, like, or for specific for our world church.
Okay. Mildred, did you want to mention something that you guys are doing at the GC?
I just needed to add this to what Ernest was saying about the three steps or things that we need to secure when we are doing cybersecurity. One was the person, right? The processes, and then the technology. But we have right now in the GC, and it's open to everybody, all the divisions, and all the divisions are every year, since 2 years already, we have the Cybersecurity Awareness Month. It's in November for us. It's not in October like usually it is. For the rest of the world in October, but in GC we do things different, right? So it's November, and we sent during that month a lot of information for different places to use to make awareness of how people can improve in their information, in their own personal cybersecurity. So it's focused on the people at the offices, right? Where are sitting our education director, our secretariat, our admin assistant, is for them. That's the information, and Ernest participates in those every year so far. We have 2 years already under our belt, and we are really happy with the participation. But so all the divisions are open and are invited, and all our institutions too. They just need to tell us that they want to participate, and we are going to send all the materials that we use week by week to do that.
Thank you very much. Any question coming from General Conference?
I'd like to add on to that comment if I may.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
So one of the things I will be doing, I will be presenting on Thursday. On Thursday, I will give you guys a URL link where you can go download some. This is what we did at our local church. We did a cybersecurity protection mission outreach. We did it to the community. We didn't do it, we told our Adventist people to stay home. And I did a separate workshop for all of our church members. But what we did is I went over the common ways people are getting hacked today, how their information, and then how to protect themselves. We did it as a mission outreach, as a community, something to help the community. And we packed the church. And then it brought people who actually came the next Sabbath to come to church. They're like, you actually provided something useful. So it was really awesome. So I have those guides. I also have guides for phones on how to protect an iPhone or an Android. I do have those translated in Spanish, Portuguese, and French. Mostly, again, thanks to Thiago's friends down in SID, at IATech, sorry. They actually did the translations for me because I don't speak those languages. So, and I'm very grateful to the cyber team down there, and that was collaborative. But those guides, I will give you a link. You can go download them. You're welcome to take any logos off and brand them however you want to as your local church, conference, division. They're here to be a guide and something to help.
Thank you very much. Any question from your colleague?
No.
I think you always train them, I think. They know everything. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for answering the question.
Yes.
He was the last presenter. Well, thank you all the panelists that came here, even you, the participant. You know, this discussion has shown something which is very important. Technology must serve the mission. Technology must serve the mission. Data must be guided by values, and leadership must remain intentional and faithful. Thank you for everyone who has provided something from all these people coming from all the corners of this continent. May God bless you.
Presenters, to Prince, thank you so much for leading this thoughtful discussion. I'm sure we've learned a lot. Thank you so much to the audience for your interaction. And now we shall be moving on to the other part, the more fun part, the Kahoot. Okay, so now we are going to invite Philip and Joshua, who will lead us through this short, interactive session. Philip and Joshua, thank you. Please get your devices ready. I think this involves your devices. As we know, we're in a technological summit. Get your devices ready and join in. After this brief session, we shall have a few announcements from our facilitator, Mr. Haggai. Elder Haggai will give us announcements pertaining to the end of the program and the following programs that will come after today. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Are we all ready for the exam? This is the exam time. Let's see how many of you are connected to the Wi-Fi in here. Are we all connected? All right. That's why we are here, to ensure that at least you're connected. We're just testing the systems to see the challenges that we're having today so that we can improve as we go. So for those of you who would like to connect, let's see if it will work. Check if you're able to access Asome staff. on your gadgets. Go to Wi-Fi and check for Asome Staff Wi-Fi. And the password is Asome Staff 2021. Asome is in capital letters. Let's try that. Asome Staff, the password is Asome Staff 2021, but the word Asome should be in caps. No? Not working? You can't get in? All right. Let's try another one. There is another one called Keen Innovation. Let's try that one because I know a few are connected on Asome. Let's try Keen Innovation. Yeah, Keen Innovation, and the password is capital K, small I, so I, those are two I's, N, at 123. Keen Innovation. Capital K, double I, that is in small, then N at 123. Let's see if that one works. So that's working. We'll go with those who have connected, and then going forward, we can be able to improve on it. We've had a few challenges. And when you're joining, please, you can use a nickname. Otherwise, then we'll call out your name, your real name. Yeah, so kindly scan the QR code, and then let's see how today went. Yes, we can see. We'll wait for just a few more to join. A few more are coming in.
Okay, if you are going to join, maybe you're not able to scan the QR code. Just go to kahoot.it. Kahoot, as it's spelled there on the screen, KAHOOT.it. The moment you're on kahoot.it, it's going to ask you for a game pin. So our game pin is 2324475. So if you're not able to scan, just go to kahoot.it. Then put in the game pin. If you're able to scan the code, well and good.
Very slow, right? Okay.
Yeah, we'll just try and see how internet will. Okay.
Let's keep trying. Don't give up yet. Don't give up yet. Yeah, a few are coming in. So if we get even just, let me see, what? If we get even 50, we can move. Because we know there is a problem with our internet. At least for today, and then we'll improve as we go. Yeah, we're improving, 34 now. We We are sorry about the internet. $41, that's not bad. And yeah. All right. 30 seconds. It's not going up. Remember, if you cannot scan, just go to kahoot.it and put the game pin as it is right there. The number is not going up, so I'm wondering if this is about it. So 46, okay? If we get to 50, I think we can start. Yeah, this is just a test. Looks like we're not getting there. So it's not a good sample size, but I believe because of network challenges, let's just try this out with the numbers that we have, okay? Or, okay, let's wait for a few who are coming in. 48, 48. Is there someone still trying? Yes? Okay. Wow. Okay, just a minute. Let's try something here. Why is it not coming? Okay, 52, that's all right. Sorry. We have is good, so that is also refusing. Okay, start and we see how it goes. We see how it goes. Okay. It's connected, okay. It's connected. All right, now we'll start. Now you will read carefully. They come.
Just to note that the faster you are, the more points you'll get. The faster you, the more points you get. More points you'll get. The faster you, the more points you get. So you'll see that because he answered the question in maybe 1 second, while another person took 10 seconds.
You never know, he might get a gift.
Okay.
Wow.
So we have 38 people from ECD. Word is only represented by 1 person. Then we have 16 from SID and 8 people from GC who are participating in this. Okay, notice that the questions are timed as we go forward. There are some questions which we have put there 20 seconds, other 10 seconds. So if you keep looking at your phone waiting to answer, you'll see the question is gone. What is the capital city of Rwanda? Is it Masoro? Is it Gishushu? Is it Musanze?
I was going to mention the name of whoever would have gotten it wrong.
Okay, well done. We are doing well, okay. So in our scoreboard, we have NCSA2 with at the top, followed by Doing and Miles. Let us see, maybe Jestream Guy will be going to the top soon. Okay. Question 3. Rwanda is commonly known as which of the following? The green continent, the heart of Africa, the pearl of Africa, the land of 1,000 hills.
All of the above.
Well, I like the green continent. Okay. We have 6 people who said the green continent, then 4. Okay. At least if you didn't know, just know it today.
Now you know.
It's known as the land of 1,000 hills. Okay. In our scoreboard. Okay.
Still on top?
He's defending his or her title. I don't know who that is. Okay. Let us still on general. Which of these countries does not border Rwanda? Which of these countries does not border Rwanda? We have Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, and Democratic Republic of Congo.
Your geography class.
If you flew with from wherever, now it's time for the guys who came through.
Okay. What happened to the Jetstream guy?
Okay. I see number 2, number 3, number 4, 5. They have changed. The rest gave up. Okay. The theme of this technological summit, ATS. The theme.
True or false? Just close your eyes and press whatever comes.
If you have clicked, it has gone.
Yeah.
If you are fast enough.
Someone is saying that you should have even...
And you can see 13 people got it wrong. And we have the theme right in front of us.
Everywhere. Everywhere. Even on your... Okay. Next. Wow. Wow. Defending champion just like that. He's gone. Okay.
He must have got it wrong, I guess. All right. The key principles for building a successful system. I think this was the first presentation in the morning.
Serious stuff now. Serious stuff. Let's see those who are awake.
And they forgot even how we dwelt on documentation. Okay, so that is a takeaway. We go to next. Okay, I see Chipolo is coming up. Okay, I see the majority got it. Data processed, organized, and put in context is it machine learning? Is it information? Is it AI? Or it's none of the above. As you can see today, they are just basic questions. Okay, 16 people said it is AI. I think, Prof, you need to
come back.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. The last but
The
not
last
least.
question.
Whoa, what happened? What happened? Something
So,
happened.
this last question will be a battle between Cedric and NCSA2. Who is going to defend the title? Could be even bald Wi-Fi, but let
never
us
know.
be. Okay, be ready. Are we ready? Okay, let us go in. Dash is a content management system for the Adventist Church online ministries. Which one is it? Ah, right. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, let us see. Ah.
Whoa. Whoa. This is Tembi, you might need to come back here.
17 people said it's ACMS. Yeah. I know when they said content management system, and they heard of ACMS, but the answer is web engine. WCP is for the World Church Platform. Yeah, so web engine is part of the World Church Platform. Okay, let us see. The podium. Number 3, we have somebody by the name by
Mr.
MRD.
DIY. Number
Wow.
2.
Chipolo.
Cedric.
And Cedric is number 1.
Is number 1. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for participating. At least it's a trial today. Some basic questions. Now we know what we are expecting tomorrow. So as we come, we might have a recap of what we learned today, tomorrow morning. So I tell you to be ready. Check your notes if you had notes. I think we are done from there. Let me invite our MC to give us
Thank you for your
direction.
participation.
Thank you so much, Philip and Joshua. I was here the whole time and I didn't even get number 1. Thank you. Now we will invite time for announcements, and our facilitator is going to walk us through the announcements.
I'd like us to clap for our MC of the day. Did you notice that she pronounced the names very correctly? She's a medical doctor. Do you know what they normally write on your sheet? Very hard to read and pronounce. That's why she's an expert in that. The first announcement, if you didn't do well in Kahoot, please stay for private tuition. Number 2, you need to be innovative to get internet. We are talking about innovation. But anyway, we are trying to see how we can sort out. Last week when we tested speeds here, they were amazing. Then suddenly it went down from yesterday. So we are trying to see what can be done. When we started installing Starlink, it poured heavily, so we had to pause. So we want to see what can be done between now and morning. Now, we've gotten lots of information this morning, true or false. The objective of this is that when you go back home, we implement what we have learned. If we come back again and we've not implemented anything, then all that was done here today was in vain. Right from the morning, documenting what we use at home, to data governance, to going to implement solutions on World Church Platform, cybersecurity, and exploring AI, please, let's have takeaways. That is the most important objective. I really plead with you. that when we go back home, our leaders know that this was an investment. Now, the last one is dinner will be served at 6 p.m., same place. Between now and then, our facilitators are here. Some of you wanted to ask them some questions, individually or privately. This is the time. Feel free to engage with them. Feel free to walk around campus. At exactly 6, let's be here. Those of us who are not residing here, the vehicles will pick you up same time. We apologize for those who are staying at Hallmark. The CEO of the company has called and said, tomorrow at 6, it will be ready. So we are taking his word seriously. Otherwise, I'd like to once again thank our MC. She's going to call someone to pray, maybe then.
Let's pray. Shall we bow our heads for prayer? Kind and loving Father who's in heaven, dear God, we thank you so much for this day that you've given us. Thank you for being with us during this time where you have been with us and imparted knowledge to us spiritually, strategically, and for the presenters that were here and the facilitators and all the audience and the participants. Dear Lord, we thank you so much. We ask, Lord, now as you shall be parting, may you part with us. May you give us a peaceful evening, a time to reflect, and may you bring us back tomorrow that we may continue this journey. Thank you for hearing our prayer. In Jesus' name, amen. Please be on time tomorrow. Thank you.